Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel, Open Mic number 168. And tonight we're continuing with our conversation from last night, from Fiction Conviction. This is going to be part 2. We're going to be presenting the rest of the rebuttal to episode 8. Doc, everyone?
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61. Thank you very much for that warm welcome. And I promise everyone who's just joined us in chat, yes, we've actually gone to bed, but we're continuing today our rebuttal from episode 8 of CAM. And I thought yesterday's session was a very lively one. We had a lot of participation, a lot of great questions, a lot of passion, a lot of fire, and it's so great to be here. Thank you so much. And for those of you who are new, my name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from the Foul Play team. And guys, we're not going to waste too much time because we have a lot to cover. So I just want to quickly introduce our panel for today. Jack61, how are you going, good sir?
All good. It was a great conversation last night, 4+ hours, and I think we covered a lot of ground. I think we were fair in our rebuttal. I know that everybody doesn't agree, and that's fine. Those points that, the other side, we just have to agree to disagree and move on and not get, hung up on things that, we may not be able to fully prove. They can't be able to fully prove and so forth. Anyway, I thought it was a great discussion. And I'm glad we're able to continue in doing it this way. I think we can cover more ground. And, the open mic is exactly what it said. I posted a link in the open mic text room for anyone that wants to jump in. We have a few more slots available. It is a max of 10. I can have 2 backstage, so I can have 12 actually in StreamYard, but only 10 on stage. So anyway, looking forward to tonight. And greetings, everyone, from, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Anybody that's out there, glad to thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank you so much, J61. And next we have Duke. Duke, how are you coming along, good sir?
I'm doing well. Excited to continue the conversation from last night. I know that there's a lot of good things covered and said, and I'm sure there'll be even more of that tonight. As always, myself and I'm sure everyone else here welcome as many questions as you have. And I think for me, what's most important as we go through this is if there are things that are supported by evidence or documents, those are the things that we want to focus on and question and challenge. So excited for today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Duke. Yeah, it was a great discussion yesterday. We covered a lot. And next we have Susan. Susan, welcome. Good to see you here.
Hi, Doc. Good to see you. Say hi to all the chatters and the panel and all the lurkers. Welcome. Glad to have you here. If anybody wants to jump in here to this open mic, just let us know if you don't have a link, and we'll get you one.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Susan. Next, we have that cheeky lad, Andy B. Andy B, how are you coming along?
Coming along fine, thank you, Doc. Hello, everyone. Chatting on panel, and I'm looking forward to tonight. I think we should try and move swift and punch on the clips and get the facts over that we want to.
Correct.
Correct for what Cam said. Okay, cool.
Correct.
Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Andy B. Next, we have Alice. Alice, how are you coming along?
Yeah, I'm all good, Doc. It's cold and wet here in Bonnie, Scotland, so just a normal, typical day for us in Scotland. So, yeah, looking forward to what else we're going to cover tonight, Doc. So, Let's get on with the show.
Excellent. And finally, we have Neverly. Neverly, how are you coming along?
Hello, Dr. Silkman, my fellow panel members, and everybody in the chat. We have 50 people already. Wow. I'm sure there's going to be more.
Awesome.
Doing great. Got some needed rest after yesterday, and here I am, looking forward to it.
Awesome.
The more, the merrier.
Yeah, correct. Thank you so much, guys.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's a beautiful day here in Adelaide, South Australia, and it's glad to continue on the conversation. And today we're going to continue our rebuttal of CAM episode 8, and this is going to be our part 2. We're going to try and cover as much as we possibly can, hopefully finish in this session. And guys, we welcome everyone here in chat. If you do have a question, please place a Q in front of your question, and we'll try and answer it as quickly as possible. Now, guys, if you've got a lot of questions, hey, you could always come to Discord and discuss it there, where we can hash things out. So here we've got a lot to cover. So guys, we'll make a start. Jack61, are we able to have a look at the very first slide? And Alice, would you like to call out who's in chat? Give everybody a shout out. Awesome.
Yep, I sure can, Doc. We have our inexplicably lovely Susan in chat and on panel. We've got Ronald D. Cass. Hi, Ronald. Great to see you. We've got, the Dodger, Galataki. Keep your eye on that one, Doc. He's joined us in chat, and he's also donated $5. Thank you very much, Galataki. That's very much appreciated. We've got the lovely Passive Bear and Colette M. We have Jack is in chat and on panel. We've got Random Pieces. Hello, Random Pieces. Rumor has it. Nan's Life. Rodin01. Hi there. Lovely to see you back with us again. We've got John Wayne behind the magic. It's Possible Tina. And we have the lovely Kay in chat as well. Hello, everyone. We've got Graham Moss. We've got our friend Wooden Pallet Pete Moss in chat. We've got the lovely Gloria. We've got Foul Play, which is Neverley. We've got Rodders. Hi, Rodders. Welcome back to Foul Play. We've got Clive Coolidge. Hi, Clive. Welcome. Lola Blue Skies has caught us again for our live tonight. Welcome, Lola. We've got Crockett Thompson. Hi, Crockett. Great to have you in chat. We've got Serena. Hi, Serena. We've got Scooby the Dog. Hi, Scooby. The Duke is in chat and on panel as well. We've got Brandy McLean. Hi, Brandy. Lovely to see you and welcome to Foul Play. T1 has joined us. Hi, T1. Great to see you. We've got Justine J. Hi, Justine J. We've got Stephen Combe. Hi, Stephen. Great to see you back with us. And we've got Severai Heglund. Sorry if I butchered that, Severai. And we've got Cher. Hi, Cher. Lovely to see you. And Paul Ward has just slipped in the bottom there. Hi to everyone who's in chat. Any lurkers that are listening in the background, hello and welcome to you as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Alice. And guys, what we're going to do, we're going to continue our rebuttal. And again, if you like what we do, please subscribe. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button, and please share our podcast. It'd be awesome. So guys, as you can see here on the screen, this is a continuation of what we were discussing yesterday. In CAM episode 8, we had Sarah and her dog, Loof, and Loof is a live scent bloodhound. And what was shown on CAM episode 8 was her track, her dog's track, both track 3 and track 6. And we're going to be discussing that because Sarah came up with a hypothesis that the ash of Teresa Hallbach was somehow spread in the pond region in the quarry, and then later Loof concentrated her search and her alertness and excitement on the Western Berm. So what we want to do is we want to carefully follow the evidence, right? Go through what was discussed in CAM episode 8 in regards to both Sarah, what she stated, what Brenda stated, and her activity of Loof. Now remember, guys, Loof is a live scent bloodhound. Loof is very different to a dog like a Brutus. Brutus detects human decomposition. The important distinguishment here is that Loof was scented with the scent from Teresa Hallbark. Brutus is a cadaver dog or human remains detection dog. Brutus is not specific for Teresa Hallbark, but detects human decomposition. Loof, though, is scented for Teresa Hallbark. So it's very, very interesting, the findings that were shown on Convicting a Murderer. Now, what is very frustrating, and I don't know what people in chat and also fellow panel members think, but this was a very important point that was brought up in CAM. And as far as I'm aware, I checked everything, but Sarah was not called up to testify, right? She wasn't called up to testify in either the pre-trial or any of the trials. And it's a real pity in a way, because this is a very important point and finding by Sarah that she makes in Convicting a Murderer episode 8. So what we want to do is carefully unpack what transpired in this episode. Guys, does anyone have any questions or any comments at this stage? I can't see your microphone, so just go for it, guys.
I think we're all good, Doc. I think this is kind of where we left off. The previous slide was the Brendan map, and I think that was the last one.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the next clip, Jack 61, is the one that shows the cul-de-sac. This is Sarah basically describing what Loof did. Now, are you able to play that one? It's
that's the loop tracks. That's clip.
6.
I'm sorry.
Dog track number 6. It's the clip, the actual video clip.
Yeah, I've got loop tracks. That's that's how I labeled it.
Yep. It's the one with the blue line right on the front. Have you got that one? I think it runs for just over a minute.
I'm sure. Yeah, I got them all. Just want to make sure. You tell me if this is the wrong. Yeah, you tell me if this is the wrong one. And
no problems at all.
Did somebody else? I thought when I was thinking somebody else said something. Was that Susan or Alice? Okay.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Loop tracks. Here we go.
That's the one.
Yeah, I thought so.
Is there sound? I don't hear sound.
Oh, yeah.
Is there sound? I don't hear sound.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't hear it either. I don't hear any sound.
Really?
Yeah.
That's strange. Okay, let me remove it, and then I'm going to
Yeah, we'll try it again.
Let me see here. No,
guys, does anyone have any comments so far? Real good.
Who else can't hear it? Can anyone hear it? Except, can anyone else hear it?
I cannot hear it. No,
yeah,
I cannot
hear it.
Okay. No, hear it. Scooby is asking, has At Foul Play reached out and asked if she wanted to come on the show and talk about Loof?
No.
No.
You talking about Sarah Fauski? No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that'll be awesome. Awesome.
Scooby says, I'll ask her. Yes. Jeff and I looked her up on the fake book. I like that, Scooby, fake book. To see about what she is up to. Neither her or Julie Kramer or in the dog handling biz anymore. So none of the two of them are in it anymore.
Right. Yeah, no, if we can get Sarah on, that'll be awesome to get her perspective. Do we have any people?
looks like people on the YouTube said they couldn't hear it either. I don't really understand what the hell's going on. I haven't changed anything.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can play it again.
Okay. All right. I'm going to try it one more time, and if not, then I'm going to remove it from the stage and re-add it.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you so much.
No sound, Jack. No sound.
Yeah, no, I can't hear it.
Okay. I'm going to remove it. I'm going to go back and re-add it. Give me just 1 second.
Yep, no hassles at all. Alice, do you have a comment?
No, I'm just looking back in chat. We've had a few others join us.
Fantastic.
In chat as well. Where did I see them? Serena has joined us in chat. Hi, Serena. Lovely to see you. We have I'm sure I've seen our legal eagle. We've got Jennifer Manning. Hi, Jennifer. Our legal eagle. Travis is in chat. Hi, Travis. Nice to see you back with us. Our superstar Silla 442 is in chat. Hi, Silla. Great to see you. Crockett. I think I got Crockett before. Travis is asking, can someone tell me what cam point we are on? We will be rebutting.
Yeah, so essentially what we're going to be doing is rebutting the comments made by Sarah and also by Brenda in regards to the dog tracks by Loof and the implications, what they imply. That's what we're going to be rebutting. We'll just wait for that clip. If we can't get any sound, we'll just play the clip and I can basically narrate. We'll try again, Jackson.
Yep, let's try it one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
No sound.
That's really irritating.
Is it a setting in StreamYard?
I can't find anything. I've been looking. I actually looked it up on Google. Said to try a different browser, but I can't do that.
No.
Sarah was sure that Teresa was there on the berm or within 25 yards, I think she said.
Correct.
Yeah, I know exactly what Brenda is saying right here. I wrote down the quote because I was blown away.
Do tell.
Her quote right in that moment when he was going up by the berm was, oh shoot, now I lost the quote of it. Hold on.
Have you got the quote there, Duke?
I got to find it again, unfortunately.
Yep. No hassles. So essentially, the gist of what was going on was that Sarah had described where Loof had gone and the fact that Loof was showing a lot of activity on the western berm. And she basically stated that she found Teresa. Teresa must be here. And then, of course, you can see Loof enters into the salvage yard and then eventually finds its way towards where the car is, where Teresa's RAV4 was. So her hypothesis is that ash from the burn pile, from Stephen Avery's burn pit, the ash had drifted into the air and the material had settled in a pond, had accumulated in a pond in the quarry, into the adjacent quarry on the western side. And somehow the live scent of Teresa Hallbach was deposited predominantly on that berm. because Loof showed a lot of activity on that particular berm. Duke, do you have the quote?
Yeah, and this is again where it got confusing for me of how they were presenting it, and I should be more specific how Brenda was presenting it, because her quote was, the strongest reaction to Teresa's remains is right there, and that's as the it's going back up and down on the berm.
Correct. So what we're going to do is we're going to unpack this. Now, does anyone have any comments, or do we have any questions in chat so far? Alan.
That's what I'm just looking for now, Doc.
Yep.
We seem to be all right then now.
Yep.
Justine
Awesome.
J wants to know if you have the volume turned up, Jack, on your clip.
Well, I can't really control that. You know, once you on StreamYard, once you're loaded into the library, it just does its own thing, and I can't mute or unmute it. It's just the clip is it's exactly like I played them last night. There's nothing different.
Yes. Now you can actually hear it on your end when you play it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's not somehow it's being muted as it's going out. So I'm not sure whether it's a setting on your computer or it's just one of those things. But essentially, what we went through is that Sarah was basically claiming, and also what Duke read out, the remains of Teresa Horbacher in that location. So what we're going to do is we're not going to muck around. We're going to actually have a look at her own report. Now, Jack 61, are you able to put up the next slide, which is A12, right? So Sarah, of course, wrote a report on the dog tracks. So this is picture A12. Now, what we're going to do is we're not going to read the top bit. We're going to read the bottom bit. This is this is track 6. So this is essentially detailing exactly where Loof went. So this is important. And I can't believe that none of this was actually used in the trial. Now, Neverly, do you see the slide? Oh, she may not hear.
Yes, I do.
You do see the slide?
Yes.
Are you able to read this out, this front page here? So this is Loof, track 6.
Sure. Track 6, 8:56 a.m., 53 degrees, wind 0 to 6 from the south-southeast. Rerun of track 3, not being interrupted if K9 Loof went to cul-de-sac at Cuss Road. K9 Loof was pre-scented, and a perimeter scent inventory was done prior to the van on the road to the Avery property. K9 Loof was harnessed, given the scent from the tennis shoe, and given the find command. Immediately, K9 Loof worked around the van going to the garage. K9 Loof had interest in the service door and ran her nose along the bottom of the overhead door. K9 Loof again attempted to go around the garage to the southwest side, but was stopped by a German Shepherd. K9 Loof again hit on the white south door of the trailer and continued to walk around the perimeter of the house. Once on the south side of the trailer, K9 Loof attempted to go east in the area of the garage. K9 Loof worked west on the quarry side of the field next to the cornfield. K9 Loof located a CD that was previously marked with a yellow evidence tape. K9 Loof continued west on the quarry side. Once past the second apple tree, K9 Loof was looking out into
the sec. Yep, no hassles. So what we're doing is we're following where Loof went.
Into the quarry with interest. K9 Loof crossed north onto the cornfield side approximately 100 feet east of the Cuss Road cul-de-sac. K9 Loof entered the cul-de-sac and continued to work southwest on the gravel access road, coming out by the hunting trailers. K9 Loof worked this area with interest, especially on the gravel pit side. A large cat litter pail was located within this area of interest. Canine Loof worked down into the quarry going northeast, indicating on a body of water by going in the water 2 times. Canine Loof exited the water and immediately worked east up to a berm dividing the Avery property and the quarry. On the berm, Canine Loof was having a high level of indication. In my experience and training with Canine Loof, her body language was indicating that the source of scent was within 25 yards of our current location. Canine Loof was in a pool of strong scent.
Very interesting.
Very.
But to me, she said, in my experience and training with Loof, her body language was indicating to be within 24. Okay, so
25 yards.
it's not like set in stone. That's her experience.
Correct.
Okay. Canine Loof worked north and south along the berm for a period of time trying to figure it out. Canine Loof then worked north, again entering the Avery property. Canine Loof worked around some vehicles parked on the southwest corner of the Avery property and attempted to work towards the garage area. Due to the German Shepherd, we were unable to get any closer. Canine Loof then worked the junkyard side of the fence line, dividing the Avery property from the junkyard. Canine Loof worked this fence line east until she was unable to go any further on the hill of the fence line. Canine Loof then went south, working her way through the junkyard to an X in the conveyor system, then working to the area of where Teresa Halbach's vehicle was located.
Okay, just hold on 1 second there.
Sure.
Right. So this is, again, very, very interesting because remember, Loof is a live scent dog, picking up the live scent of Teresa Halbach. And notice where Loof actually went as well, near the conveyor system, the so-called X junction in the junkyard, in the Avery salvage yard. That was also an area of interest. That's also an area of interest by the cadaver dogs, right?
But it doesn't say that she alerted in any way.
No, but headed in that direction as well. Because
Had interest.
Correct.
Well,
correct.
It doesn't even say that, really.
Well, no, not really, I guess. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Correct. So Loof had followed some path and into the Avery salvage yard until she ended up where Teresa's vehicle was. And it's interesting because where the conveyor system was as well, there was interest by cadaver dogs. And I'll tell you right now, Brutus also alerted at the berm area as well, right? So you've got 2 different types of dogs, a live scent dog and a cadaver dog, both alerting at the western berm. Guys, does anyone have any comments? I can't see the microphone. So do we have any comments? Do we have any questions?
There is a question up on the screen.
Yep.
From behind the magic. Did Brutus also hit on the berm?
Yes. Same. Brutus, it was actually alert number 13. Also, and this was on November the 8th, also alerted on the berm. And the area that Brutus alerted on was on some brush and trash. Now, isn't that interesting? So now we've got both types of canines alerting on the western side of the where the burn pit is, right? So, Neverly, would you like to continue finishing this bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Canine Loof was unharnessed and walked back to the command post. At the command post, I stressed getting the German Shepherd off of the property and that the other hounds confirmed that Canine Loof has done. The area of the berm was holding a lot of Teresa Halbach scent. I also asked for wind directions since she had been missing but that information was not available. The area of the berm was stressed to be of high interest. Canine Loof was working extremely strong scent in that area. Track witnessed by Assistant Chief Kevin Shepardson of the Kaukauna Police Department. Handler Officer Sarah Fosky, Canine Loof.
Right. Thank you so much. So
You're
guys,
welcome.
thank you very much, Neverly. So guys, we've gone through this report. This is Sarah's report on what Loof did with track 6. Now, my question to the panel and also to everyone in chat, why wasn't Sarah called up to testify with what her dog found?
I don't know how what's the other girl that did testify?
Julie Kramer.
Julie
I'm
Kramer.
not sure, did Julie testify about the berm?
No, I don't think there was very much mention at all about what Brutus did. There was definitely talk about the fact that Brutus had hit on the RAV4, Teresa's RAV4. There was mention that that Brutus did not hit on the crusher nor the crushed vehicles. That Loof had alerted inside Stephen Avery's bathroom, but there was no alert inside his master bedroom. And Loof, and Brutus also alerted at the burn barrels. Yeah.
Yeah, Brutus was in the trailer, not Loof, correct?
Brutus. My correction. Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. So there wasn't really much discussion about Brutus alerting on the berm.
Doc, we've got a question from Brandy McLean in chat.
Yes.
Question: How do we know what showed interest means to the dogs, if anything? Is that as important as actually hitting on something? Otherwise, it could have been anything that sparked interest.
That is correct, and that's why it's very important that the dog and the dog handler interact with each other. So essentially,
that's experience.
Correct.
And training. Yeah.
Correct. Experience and training. So a dog like Loof will tend to follow a scent source. Now, when a dog like Loof is in a high concentration of scent, the dog is trying to alert. I think Loof barks. So each dog reacts in a different way and interacts with the dog handler. So the dog handler actually knows if there's interest or an actual alert. In most cases, a dog will either lie down or bark and hence give an alert. But the fact that Sarah wrote that Loof was working in high scent source, high concentration of scent, to me, guys, that is significant. That is a significant finding. What do you guys think?
Well, Sarah stated that Loof's indicators that he found something are with his tail and with his
head down, tail up.
Not head, with his animations.
Yes.
Oh.
Animations and tail. Mm-hmm. Which to me is kind of seems like it's not a real definite alert. I don't know.
A real indicator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess that's what she uses.
Well,
I mean, I think. I'm sorry, Doc.
No. Go for it, Jack.
I was just going to say that from what I've read, I'm certainly no dog handler or anything like that, that indicators for the different dogs is they lay down where they're done. They found their source.
Yeah.
Or they bark. Now, I'm sure there's probably other real indicators or hit that these dogs give. That's why we need Jeff on here. And I will tell you, it was really great that he was able to jump in last night. But I've been talking to Scoob. He's really busy, and he wants to come on when he gets free time. So it's still a plan. We're going to get him on. to talk
Okay.
about this stuff and help us understand, and that'll be fantastic. Anyway,
Yep.
that's my thoughts.
Sarah,
Behind the Magic wants to know if this is near Michael's Quarry.
No,
Michael's Quarry is east
to the
of
east.
Avery Salvage
Yes.
Yard, closer
Correct.
Yeah,
back
and-
over by like Mon Paws in the office. It's east of that.
Correct.
Even.
Correct.
And south
no.
and south too, right? And south too, right, Doc? A little east, southeast.
It's yes, correct. It's northeast.
Northeast. Yeah.
Of the Avery
Northeast.
Salvage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's to the east of Avery Road, completely separate location.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Michael's Quarry is where 3 cadaver dogs actually alerted to.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you've got all these alert, and Susan, you're correct. Sarah said that her body language was indicating the source of scent was within 25 yards of our current location. So it looks like that Sarah was able to tell from observing Loof that she was in a source of scent, high concentration.
From what I gathered from Jeff yesterday in chat, he doesn't hold much trust in what he's heard from Sarah.
Okay. Jack, are you able to show the panel? Because I can't see anybody's microphone.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Duke, thank you, Susan. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was. I think it's worth reading, and we could probably. I sent a screenshot of it over to you and Jack if Jack wants to grab it too. But I think it's worth reading into Brutus and his activity right at the same time as this track happened, because after she got back, they sent Brutus exactly to that berm where Loof had shown interest.
Yeah, I can pop that on screen if you guys want me to.
Yeah. Let's go for it.
Because again, I think it just will provide some more context to, even starting off this report. It says that Canine Brutus was then sent to check a berm just west of the Stephen Avery property. There was report of a suspicious-looking pile of disturbed earth. Brutus showed no interest in that pile, but he did alert on a pile of brush and trash just west of the Avery residence, and that was alert 13. So
Correct.
Just in that little tidbit there, one of the things we don't hear from Sarah or Brenda or anything like that was there was a report of a suspicious-looking pile of disturbed earth in that berm area. I didn't hear that.
Not from Sarah, no. But guys, you have to admit, when you've got both a live scent dog and a cadaver dog potentially showing a lot of interest in one particular area, I think that is a significant finding. What do you guys think? Something of significance was found there by both dogs? Yes or no?
I'm not sure.
Susan?
I'm not sure that. I don't know. Do we have like Julie's, or not Julie's, but Sarah Foskey's, like her training record or her experience with dog handling?
We do.
I don't think I've got a copy.
Was that?
Yeah, I think we've got this. Yeah, I think we've got the certifications, right, Duke? Actually, I'm almost positive we've got them.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can go through them.
they've been published.
Does she have a lot of experience?
I would say it's not as extensive as like Julie Kramer's. Yeah. I think it's probably only, I'd have to double check the years, but something like maybe 5-10 years as opposed to something more than that, but quite a bit of certificates and things. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Duke, it's up on screen now. Sorry, Doc, go ahead.
I was going to say these dogs have to be always certified, and they're always doing training and testing. I would dare say it's actually quite rigorous. But the other important point was that there was another bloodhound, I think it was Raz, who essentially covered the same track. So that means you've got another independent bloodhound, essentially mirroring what Loof has found. So I think that's
And
really good evidence. That's good evidence.
was his interest on the same places that the other cadaver, Brutus was? Like on the trash pile and the
that I don't know.
surfer?
We've actually got the report of Raz, her dog handler, who wrote the report, and basically she said that Raz is the bloodhound, followed essentially the same type of path that what Loof did, right?
Mhm.
So that's good to me. That's good anecdotal evidence that there's something on the western berm. But again, guys, I'm not a professional dog handler. I do not know.
Yeah.
Dr. Silkman.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Duke.
Well, I was just going to say real quick, to me, just as significant as both dogs hitting or having a lot of interest in that area, to me, as important as that is important to note that we're talking about this is the 8th. And that on the 7th, when they ran the same track, started in the same location, that there was no interest in the berm.
Correct.
That's very interesting.
So what we're going to do, actually, the very next slide,
Dr.
guys.
Silkman, before we do that, there was a comment by Travis, if I may. Travis says, Doc asked a great question of panel and folks in chat. You all skipped over that. Oops, we're bad. Great question. It was about the report, not used in trial, if I recall correctly.
Correct. It sort of bewilders me in a way because they called up Julie Kramer, but I think Julie Kramer was actually her testimony was very useful because Brutus had alerted at the RAV4, indicating the presence of human decomposition. So
are you saying they were cherry picking?
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm being a little bit snarky.
you're being facetious now.
Yes.
Well, the thing is that you've got two different type of dogs here, right? Both totally different. Loof is scented with the live scent of Teresa Hobart. I can't understand why the state or the defense wouldn't call up Sarah and say, right, can you please go over your dog tracks? What do they mean? What is the significance of what your dog is showing? Yeah.
Well, my personal opinion, and I really am struggling to connect the cadaver and the scent dog and to make my own conclusion. I am really struggling, so I'm not going to focus on that, of course. But in my uneducated opinion, I believe that cadaver dogs and scent dogs should work together like they did. But then in court, in all fairness, they should present both to see, just like Brandy McLean asked, what spots did both type of dogs hit at or showed interest?
Well,
you know what I mean? I think that would be a more powerful, even for the prosecution, than just one or the other.
Yep. Yes, I agree, Neverly. Is that you, Duke?
Yeah, I think it's a great point because, in my honest opinion, I think that for as much as the state utilized the dogs during the actual search for Teresa, what they presented was so minimal, and I think that's intentional. I think any defense attorney would have looked at Loof's maps and said, why on the 7th did Loof do this, and have no interest in that berm? And then all of a sudden you've got a literal path that goes out to Cuss Road and walks back to Avery's property. They would have said, what's going on with this path right here? But if you present it in cam, you can kind of cherry pick the information to make it seem like something it probably isn't.
Oh, correct. And again, we're not canine experts. And I spoke with a gentleman on X, known as Twitter. And like I said, I gave him all the information that he needs to come up with a contour map, potentially where live scent could have gone from October the 31st to when Loof ran those tracks. So that's awesome. I mean, he's a professional dog handler as well. I haven't heard back from him. But there's one problem. And I think the problem is quite obvious. If you call up Loof, the dog handler of Loof, and call up Sarah, then Sarah will have to discuss what happened at Cuss Road. Guys, would you agree?
Yeah.
So,
That was the other thing, Doc, is that you bring Cuss Road into play by bringing Sarah up there, and what Pagel did on the 7th.
Yes, correct. And
Doc, Scooby in chat says, however, they wouldn't use life scent dogs in court if the target was not found, because you couldn't say anything meaningful about those tracks.
excellent point. Excellent
And
point.
Travis actually
Excellent.
kind of said it as well. He goes, "That's $1 million question, Doc." As Scooby suggests, the answer should be with scent dogs. You can't draw any conclusions, Mr. Kratz.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
Dr.
and
Kratz,
then Scooby says live tracks are only meaningful if the target person is found and you want to work backward.
Yeah, correct. Which then goes to show, and Duke alluded to it, and there was some excellent points made yesterday, right? Why did Sheriff Pagel prevent Loof from crossing the police tape?
He could have been harnessed, or she could have been harnessed and prevented from doing any kind of damage to anything that was there.
Correct.
But that didn't happen.
Correct. But the other answer is it's staring you right in the face. If Sarah went to the clandestine burial site and saw something, she would have to write it up in a report. Exactly.
And the guy the person that was with her recorder.
The person who was recording the events.
Yep.
So I think it's very interesting that Sheriff Pagel would utilize both cadaver and scent dogs, and yet just stop short of allowing the dog to come in past the police tape and point to where Loof was actually heading to. Now, they really missed an opportunity here, because Loof potentially could have looked around the clandestine burial site to see if there was any potential live scent leading up to the clandestine. You get my drift?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And like people have said in chat, there's the ability to work backwards. Now, what is interesting, my final point is this: no scent source was found. So even though there was a lot of activity on the berm, no scent source was found. And I know that's what Scooby was alluding to.
Doc, this is a question from up a little bit. I had it up a minute ago, but just to explain to Brandon McLean, what spots did both types of dogs hit on or showed interest? And that's the berm.
That's the western berm. Yeah, along the western berm. There was actually quite a large area of the western berm that Loof was going up and down. Brutus also alerted on that area on the western berm, but they couldn't find the scent source. And also both dogs showed activity, and Brutus definitely barked at the clandestine burial site, but Loof was 40 yards away from the clandestine burial site, but headed in that direction. And Sheriff Pagel prevented Loof from crossing the police tape. So to me, and I'm sure people in the panel and in chat will agree, that when you have two different types of canines, both heading in the same direction, I think that's a significant finding, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
Correct. Neville, did you say there was some questions? I think Neville said there were some questions.
Round one said, Sarah not testifying, is it possible that as Loof is a live person tracker and Teresa was deceased, her evidence was not deemed relevant at trial?
Well, you see, this is and that's an excellent question, right? What they're saying on cam is very interesting, because they're saying that the scent that was present in the pond and also on the western berm came from the ashes. If I heard Brenda correct me if I'm wrong, guys, from the ashes from the burn pit, from Stephen
That
Avery.
was Sarah. Sarah Foskey said that.
Yes,
Yeah,
but I
that was
believe
Sarah.
also,
Not
I believe
Brenda.
Well,
didn't
Brenda, she alluded to this potentially,
reiterated
this
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Do you want to try playing that clip again?
One
Yeah,
more
I'm gonna
question,
play.
Dr. Silkman.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. No, go for it.
Anthony Hills, he says, got here late. Sorry.
Oh
Oh,
no,
Anthony, we caught you. We got you getting here late. I'm kidding. Welcome, Anthony. He
No,
says,
welcome.
but did Brutus go to the front of the RAV?
No,
Brutus, the cadaver
No,
dog.
the back.
Correct. Brutus alerted twice at the back of the RAV4, and they did not allow Brutus to enter into the RAV4.
Yeah.
As in, normally these cadaver dogs, talking to Obi-Wan, he said that the cadaver dog actually points to where the scent source is, right? But Ken Kratz made the comment that, I think it was Ken Kratz in his book, basically that when Brutus alerted at the back of the RAV4, they now were thinking homicide, that she was dead.
Thank you. And Graham Moss has a quick question. How
Yes.
many items from Teresa's house was taken to scrapyard in a police vehicle?
My understand now we get definitely collected items from where Teresa was. My understanding was that Sheriff Pagel obtained shoes that were used as a scent source for Sarah. They gave to Loof. Shoes. And the shoes were kept in a plastic bag, and I think Sarah stated that she placed them in her car, so not to contaminate the path.
Yeah.
Doc, there. I'm sorry, dude. Just 1 second, and I just want to add to what Doc was talking about, and this question about what items were taken from the hall box from Teresa's house. And I know that there were other items. I can't remember the dates, but remember Jolene Bain had this conversation with Poggle and Wiegert, and I can't remember who else, talking about the photos and stuff that Teresa kept in her chest upstairs or wherever her room was.
Yes.
We don't really know what all items were removed. We really don't. We know that there were some personal items that they took, the chapstick, the toy. There were some other items we know that were taken, but
Sex toys.
Yes, sex
yeah,
toys.
the toy. Well, I was trying to be nice. I said toy, so.
And panties as well. I think 7 pairs of panties as well.
That's right. That's exactly right. So, but again, I don't think we really have a detailed list of everything that was taken. That's just my personal opinion. Anyway.
Yep.
Duke?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to provide some more context for people who want to know about when Sarah had requested for a scent article. There was we can track it on different radio calls from Calumet. They send an officer, I think it's Wendling, who's 827. He gets a request to go to Teresa's home to pick up some shoes, and he puts them in plastic bags.
Yeah.
And then what's interesting to me is that as he's leaving her residence to come deliver these to the Avery salvage yard, the dispatcher says, okay, well, make sure to take Highway 10 because there's going to be someone who will meet you on the way. And the person that met him to get those shoes was Pagel. So
Right.
Pagel had actually left the salvage yard and met him only about a mile or so away from the salvage yard itself, but out on Highway 10 to exchange and get the shoes. So that's how they're obtained.
Yep, correct. And if you saw actually on cam, they showed a dog. I don't know whether that was aloof or not, but they only require a few seconds to get a whiff. It's remarkable how quick
it is.
That only need a few seconds to get a whiff and they're locked in. Jack 61, can we try playing that clip again?
Yeah, just one final question. Yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play it locally from my computer. I'll have to close this window. That's what I was going to ask Duke if, what he wanted me to do. But what's shown on screen is the what he sent.
Yep, correct.
If you want to read that here in a moment, I can remove it. I can add it back, but I'm going to try to play that the rest of these clips locally instead of from the library here on StreamYard. That should work.
Okay.
But
you can just bring it back up later too. I think there was some more context to it. So.
Okay, but TJ had an answer or a question. Is that chapstick on Item FL? I personally don't believe it is, but I'll let Doc explain that.
No, it's very, very unlikely. Normally what happens, and I checked, when a bullet is examined by a firearms examiner, what they do is they embed the bullet in wax. They put it in wax so it doesn't move when they do their examinations. And Dr. Chris Palinek said that he has the ability to determine the origin of the wax if need be.
But I'm, Doc, I'm thinking those are two very different kinds of waxes.
Very different.
And if it's on the top, that wax they used to examine it would be on the bottom of the bullet, correct?
Well, it depends on, remember, Cherie Cohane actually washed the bullet. So therefore, you don't know if the wax had moved or whether there was a large covering of wax. We do not know. But remember, it is rather ridiculous that you're going to try and plant chapstick wax on a bullet. You would probably have a huge amount of wax on that bullet. That I don't believe. That's a very thin layer of wax that's on that bullet.
You could do it very thinly. I'm also the cotton threads,
Yes.
threads that are on that bullet.
Yes.
Confuse me.
Seems like that Cherie may have swabbed it and just kind of left that out.
I think so. I think
I would say it's been swabbed with a Q-tip at some point.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I agree.
Have that on there.
My personal belief is that Cherie Cohane actually swabbed it with a Q-tip, did a presumptive test, and then came back negative. Yep, no blood.
That's possible.
Yep.
So Danny Mellis has joined us in chat. Hi, Danny. Great to see you.
Welcome.
He's got an interesting comment. He says, an interesting experiment would have been to have a dog track for Stephen Avery to see if he went where the wrap was found.
Yes, and that's beautiful. But
he lived there. I mean,
true.
Is that going to prove anything? He lived on that property. He was
No.
down there on the 4th with Earl sighting and the guns.
That's correct.
I mean, it might have been interesting to kind of see, but I just don't think we could draw too much relevance out of it personally.
Because
and he was even standing right next to the RAB, so he said. So
correct.
That would prove nothing either.
I mean, if it tracked him off the property towards Cuss Road, there's going to be some real interest there. But
that would
again,
be interesting.
Well, again, we go back to what Jeff and Scoob and have told us that it really has to be done within a relatively short window, within 36 hours. Is that right, Doc?
Yep, short time. They try and get the scent dogs, I think, within 36 hours, if possible, because the scent is the freshest and less likely to be affected by atmospheric conditions. Correct.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try to play this file locally.
Yes.
And please tell me if it doesn't work. There may be a little bit of lag, but it should play.
Okay.
So, all right. Let me check the volume here. Where the hell's the volume at? Yep. Okay,
So
we should be
need
good.
to unmute YouTube or no?
Yeah, put it up. There we go. Let's try it.
Here we go. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, damn.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Nope.
Okay, unmute YouTube. And mute yourself
No.
here.
No.
Can you hear it? Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, unmute YouTube. And mute yourself
No.
here.
No.
Can you hear it? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, nothing on YouTube.
Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. I don't really understand what's going on here, guys. Nothing?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
I know you're frustrated, but don't. It's okay, Jack.
Yeah, no, it's no worries
We have
at
a
all.
lot going on. Yeah, it's okay. It's
No
okay.
hassles at all. No hassles at all. So
Well,
we
you know, it's kind of one of the reasons why, you know, we're using StreamYard to help, you know, untangle some of the background crap.
no, not at all. Not at all.
Let me check here. Nope, there's nothing there that I can. I'm looking at StreamYard. There's absolutely nothing that I can change. Anyway, so the playing locally didn't work either.
No problems at all. But that's okay. We've gone through the main gist of what it was all about. Hey, we welcome JD to the panel.
Yep.
So do we have any comments or questions so far?
Paul Ward wants to help Jack. He says, is the source you're playing it from muted?
No, I can hear it. I just showed it.
And Oline Perrin says, sorry if previously asked, how long do the scent tracks that can be picked up by tracking dogs typically last?
Yeah, that's I've
We
heard
talked about it, and it's
I've
like
heard all sorts of stories
different.
from days to weeks.
Yeah,
From
from
days to
5
weeks.
days to 2 weeks or something like that.
Correct.
But we
Correct.
can't source it.
No. And that's why, you know, we would love to get Sarah on if she would love to come on and just talk to us, because all dogs will be different. But normally,
And also weather conditions, everything.
Yeah,
moisture, whatnot.
everything. So Jack 61, can we have a look at slide A14, which is where we actually compare the two dog tracks, because Duke and Susan made some very, very interesting comments about these tracks. So it's a slide A14.
Yeah, let me reshare. Let me reshare that, Doc, because I can only share a screen.
No problems at all.
Just
No
1 second.
Welcome, JD.
Okay, Travis says that there were some studies done on scent dogs and sources for, given to the dogs. And he says that if looking for a child, you should not give a pillowcase. It would be a bad idea to give a pillowcase to the dog, to sniff and to track that smell.
Okay.
And he goes, a pillowcase is bad for a child because look how many people handle it. Did the person who grabbed the shoes use gloves, bag them for transport? And then if I understood correctly, to just add on to what Travis, excellent point, Travis, asked, what Duke said, that Pagel intercepted that person with personal items.
That's an interesting point. Did he touch those shoes?
Did he touch those shoes?
Although he, Duke did say that they put them in bags at the house, I think. Yeah, who bagged them?
In the house? Or
did they have gloves on?
Yeah.
I would say
she did say that she cut like the toe off and then put something inside the toe.
Use gauze.
So
gauze.
Gauze.
Okay.
So
4x4
more than likely, she's going to get Teresa's scent over anybody else's that way.
And Sarah would have explained to Sheriff Pagel, whoever got the shoes, look, this is what you must do. Don't contaminate them. And remember, she used the inside of the shoe
Yeah.
where it's unlikely that anyone's going to be touching it. So it's, and mind you, also Raz was centered as well and followed the same track.
But why did Pagel intercept that person?
That I don't know. Yep, that I don't know. All right. So guys, let's move along because we've got a lot to uncover here. So this, what I did is I compared, this is from Sarah's report. So I compared both dog tracks. So as you can see here on the left-hand side, we've got Loof track 3, which is right down the bottom. You can see in the black squiggle right down the bottom. So what Sarah did is that she centered Loof very close to the van. And don't worry, guys, we're going to go through this in a lot of detail. She centered Loof by the van that Teresa Hallbach had photographed. And track 3 was done on November the 7th, right? November the 7th, same day as Cuss Road. And the wind was blowing from the northwest. Now, what happened is that Loof followed the path across the cornfield and went to the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road. Now, notice Loof does not go to the western berm, right? The Loof travels across the cornfield, doesn't head towards the western berm, and goes straight to the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road. Sheriff Pagel stops Loof, right? Doesn't want the dog to cross the crime scene tape. That's fair enough. Now, Sarah had asked to rerun track 3. This is on November the 8th, one day after Cuss Road. And this is very interesting. This is track 6. So again, Loof is centered, and Loof goes across from the Avery salvage yard and again goes towards Cuss Road, the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road. But notice what the dog does is Loof heads now up to the deer camp, goes around the deer camp. I believe that there was a hit on a burn barrel at the deer camp. We can see police tape around it. And Loof now heads from the deer camp into the quarry. Alerts a couple of times. You can see the little X's. Alerts a couple of times on the pond, and now starts to head toward the berm, the western berm. And what Loof does is goes up and down, trying to work it out per se. Goes into the Avery salvage yard, can't get close to Bear because the bear is still there. And then Loof heads south and then eventually ends up to where Teresa Hallbach's RAF4 is. So what I did is I highlighted in yellow the extra track that Loof took, the extra direction movement that Loof took on November the 8th, right? So that's very, very interesting. And the wind was traveling that morning when she did the track southeast. Now, does anyone have any comments on that?
You know, I guess for me, it's understanding the information that we have, from Jeff and somebody that does this and saying that, here we are 7, 8, 9 days later, whatever the hell, and Loof is still picking up a scent. And look, I'm not saying anything because I don't know. I've never handled a dog like that. But after that many days, number one. Number two, we know it rained hard twice and still picking up something. But another thing that's really noticeable for me here, if you look at it like we are from 50,000 feet, this broad swath of how far Loof traveled, all things considered, that Teresa was not supposed to have left that property. What the hell, man?
Correct.
I'm really curious on the 3rd. I mean, he just goes to Cuss and that's it. Did she stop using him?
Well, the story is that Sheriff Pagel stopped Loof, but I can't understand
but did they not work that track at all after that? She just went back to headquarters, or?
We can. I haven't got my report right here on the screen, but I think she also did other tracks as well, because Sheriff Pagel had asked. I don't know whether Duke remembers the day. Sheriff Pagel asked her whether Loof can actually follow Teresa Horbach if she was present in her car. Duke.
Yeah, Doc, that's it's about a half an hour or an hour after she was stopped at Cuss Road. They ran track 4 further down the gravel road to the deer camp. Looped the opposite way around the deer camp, went further down the gravel road and turned right as we're looking now above onto the conveyor.
Correct.
And like went towards where like kind of Travis Groel was, and then doubled back and went through another little small deer stand in that wooded area, like divided by the conveyor road, and then to the underside of the berm on the salvage yard where the RAV4 was.
Yes.
Not to the RAV4, but on the other side of the berm.
Yes. Correct. And Jack 60, and thank you so much there. But Jack 61 made the very important point and observation. Jeepers, Loof is spending a lot of time off the Avery salvage yard, right, guys?
Huge amount of time. Just look at
time.
it. Yeah.
Correct.
What I'm curious of, because on the 3rd, that track stops basically at the cul-de-sac.
At the cul-de-sac, correct.
Has she continued going with Loof, would he have made, because he didn't do the berm thing until after he had gone straight over to Cuss. So is it possible he would, if she had let him keep going, that he would have done the same thing? We don't know that.
Well, that's what track 4 is, though. You know, track 4 is starting from
at the cul-de-sac.
right where track 3 ended. And Loof goes the opposite direction. Goes down into the conveyor out towards like the gravel pit area, but only goes about halfway, turns back around, and then goes to the RAV4. So she actually goes the opposite direction of what she does in the day.
Correct. And
that's very interesting. And I think that is probably the best rebuttal to what they showed in Cam. I mean, I would call that cherry picking.
Yes, correct. Correct.
To show that and not to show 3 and 4 along with it.
Correct. So in effect, you make a very, very good point. And that's why you've got to be very careful when you do cherry pick a particular track, because there are counterpoints to that. And as Andy B and Duke just said, hey, look, on the same day, on November the 7th, just a little bit of time later, Sheriff Pagel said, look, is there a potential way that the dog that Loof can detect the track of Teresa Horbach if she was in her vehicle? And hence you've got that other track, I think it was track 4, that headed basically in the same direction where the RAV4 was found, right? But it's interesting because that's exactly what Fassbender said to Stephen Avery on November the 9th. Remember, guys? Fassbender even said to Stephen, we know how you got the RAV4, where it came from. And he went step by step. He said, across the cornfield,
he did,
past hunting shacks, to the conveyor road and in the back. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, now isn't that interesting? But Tom Fassbender said one important thing. He said, the dog followed your scent. Remember? He said he followed your scent. He never said he followed the scent of Teresa Horbach. Now, Stephen, he didn't even react thinking, oh my God, the dog's got me. He's completely clueless. But that was a very important point. Thank you, Susan, because this is a counterpoint to what Cam just showed. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I have to ask, did they give him Stephen's scent.
No, no,
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
He was just bluffing, Stephen.
he was bluffing. Correct. And if you notice that they're permitted to bluff, they're permitted to lie using the read technique. They were hoping for Stephen to go, okay, you got me. You got me. Right. But
Right.
Stephen looked at him thinking, what the hell are you guys talking about? That particular track that was scented by the scent of Teresa Horbach. So it is very interesting now that you've got the movement of the RAV4 from the deer camp area, right, coming from the back, which potentially could mean that Teresa Horbach, her RAV4, and Teresa Horbach may have been attacked at Cuss Road. Speculation, of course, but the dog tracks tend to indicate that. But what I don't understand, and please say it in chat if you've got a question about it, why after Cuss Road, Luth makes a U-turn and goes to the Western Berm? What's happened? What's happened, guys? Why the sudden change?
Very interesting.
And
Makes
so,
you go,
yep. And
Yeah,
what Sarah
definitely.
said, it's because Teresa's ashes were blown by the breeze.
that I don't buy. I'm sorry.
I don't know about that. It's really hard
to get a live
believe
scent.
that.
Yeah. To get
Yeah.
a live scent like that, it doesn't seem possible to me.
I don't believe that Luth is a crossover dog that detects the scent of death, human I don't think she is. I think Luth was scented with the live scent of Teresa Horbach, right? Now, I understand the wind, environmental conditions, they can blow odorants, but this is a different situation, guys. This is a combustion event, an incineration event where human tissue, and again, please, I don't want to be insensitive, where human tissue is incinerated. Incinerated.
To the point of
Just-
the smithereens, yeah.
Correct.
Justine J in chat, who is our expert in cremations because she works in a crematorium, says ashes won't have a scent. So her following the scent in Teresa's ashes is bullshit.
Well, you know
Well-
how it's so
Thank you
how
for that.
bodies are put off such a foul smell when they burn. If that's true and it could go and settle in on the berm or something, I would think a cadaver dog would pick that up, not a scent dog.
Me too, because they have all these dogs that are highly trained to. Who was talking about that? Was it Dr. Silkman or Travis? Somebody was just recently talking about it. Maybe it was in Discord. That after like a catastrophic fire, like a house burns down to nothing, they send dogs to identify the ashes of the loved ones.
Correct.
So that's a different kind of dog. Program.
Never
You know what I mean?
I read an article about that, and they were talking about the California fires.
Uh-huh.
But what those dogs were looking for were the ashes of people's loved ones that were in urns that they wanted to retrieve, or in like boxes.
I misunderstood it then.
Because I don't think a body can be burned to ash.
It's gonna take a
I don't know.
huge
If a
amount.
crematorium cannot, then it's very highly likelihood that a fire, no matter how devastating it is.
Actually, why don't we Justine J, if she can say, have you ever seen a body that's been cremated totally to ash?
Justine, that would be really helpful. And an interesting point that Travis said, check this out, guys, since we're talking and learning about this with you.
Correct.
He says, he was talking about the children, that study that he did. He goes, for children, one of the country's foremost experts designed a kit for parents how to collect scent, bag it, and then it goes in the freezer for 6 months, and then you
Okay.
repeat the process,
Okay.
which is so counterintuitive. You would think that freezing something wouldn't preserve the scent, because when you put, let's say, and not to be disgustingly gross, raw piece of meat, like a steak, it smells before you put it in the freezer. Once it's in the freezer, you take it out, it doesn't smell until it thaws. And that's just to simplify it. I'm
Correct.
not claiming anything or disputing this expert or nothing like that. I'm just saying that it's counterintuitive.
Were they
And
talking? Are they talking about live scent?
Yes, live
Yeah.
scent.
Well, the thing is with live scent, right?
Oh,
If
yeah.
It's all chemically based. They're odorants. So
Yeah,
if you lower the temperature, you preserve it.
Yeah,
Right?
that's right. That's right.
You prevented destruction. Whereas
That
here,
makes sense.
Here it's the opposite. Here you're exposing live tissue to a combustible source, and Sarah was hypothesizing that live scent somehow was part of the burning process, and it landed and drifted on water, and it also concentrated on the western berm, right?
Yeah.
But that's where I have a lot of issue, and we'll go through it because there's a fatal flaw to her hypothesis.
Same with like skins, burnt skins that scent dog would pick up, but we covered that yesterday. I just want to encourage JD to unmute. He's on the panel already and ask his question.
Ask as many questions as you want.
Justine J and chat says, no, there will always be skeletal remains.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And
thank you, Justine.
Thank you very much, Justine. And that's why I have a lot of issues with what was found in the burn pit.
Yeah, and Skibby, sorry, Doc. Skibby says ashes and urns have been processed, so it'll be a certain scent that comes with that processing.
Yeah, and I think those dogs that they sent into those burnt homes have been specifically trained to find.
I just wanted to ask
remains.
Yes.
Of people's loved ones that they had.
Thank you. Thank you.
Boxes.
Yep. Thank you, JD. You got a question?
You need to unmute, sweetie.
Yeah, you got to unmute. Hit your M button. Well, while he's figuring that out, me, Doc, I'm really irritated because this video won't play.
Oh, no.
I've got them on, I also loaded them on Google Drive. So I want to try it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. By God.
Let's go for it.
Absolutely.
Take 12. Let's do it.
Exactly. All right. I'm gonna try it. All right, here we go.
The sack, some hunting shacks, and
it's working, Jack.
Ponds. She'd go in the water and come out, show some indication
Damn straight.
of interest.
It's believed the ashes from Teresa's body were pooling in one of the ponds in the quarry, but the dog had probably the most animation on that berm right by Stephen Avery's house.
She just kept on zigzagging up and down this berm, up and down this berm. Shepherdson, who was with me, we were both floored because her indication, her animation up on this berm, I remember looking at him going, I found her. She's here. And I get goosebumps right now. You know, imagine having a huge fire and you have wind blowing her ash into that berm because it was above all the other grade. And that's also why she was probably hitting and had interest in those ponds. You know, that's where it's going to hang up.
They had alerts in other areas, but the strongest reaction to Teresa's remains is right there.
My dog again comes back near the bear area and then cuts through the junkyard, and we ended up where the vehicle was located at.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jess61. Yeah, so
okay, so I know where I can play the video from, whatever's going on with StreamYard. I'll just use Google Drive.
No,
I wish you could play the video again. Could you?
You want to play it again?
Yes, please.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. If you could play it again, please.
I can. Here we go.
Thank you.
The cul-de-sac, some hunting shacks, and there's some open ponds. She'd go in the water and come out, show some indication of interest.
It's believed the ashes from Teresa's body were pooling in one of the ponds in the quarry, but the dog had probably the most animation on that berm right by Steve and Avery's house.
She just kept on zigzagging up and down this berm, up and down this berm. Shepherdson, who was with me, we were both floored because her indication, her animation up on this berm. I remember looking at him going, I found her. She's here. And I get goosebumps right now. You know, imagine having a huge fire and you have wind blowing her ash into that berm because it was above all the other grade. And that's also why she was probably hitting and had interest in those ponds. You know, that's where it's going to hang up.
They had alerts in other areas, but the strongest reaction to Teresa's remains is right there.
My dog again comes back near the bear
Remains.
area and then cuts through the junkyard, and we ended up where the vehicle was located at.
All right.
Yep.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Why did you say remains if this is a scent dog?
Yeah,
Again, it's part of this whole confusion.
It
That-
is confusing.
You know, Brenda played it off when she did her interview last week with the guys that she was on the podcast with, that they were up in arms about how there was just a mistake in the bio. Well, no, you've created a massive amount of confusion for people that don't know what's going on here as to what Loof can and cannot hit on, because Teresa's remains is something Loof cannot hit on.
Which includes the burn pit, saying that,
Correct.
she wanted to go there twice, but the dog was there. Why would Loof want to go to the burn pit? There's,
wouldn't.
if she wouldn't.
No, a dog like Brutus would definitely want to hit on the burn pit, and that is the problem, because a lot of people in the audience listening to Cam are now convinced, oh my God, Stephen did burn Teresa Hallbuck in the burn pit because Sarah said that her dog picked up the remains, and you're thinking, wait a minute, how does live scent now transcend to the scent and smell of death? And furthermore, there was no scent source detected, right? There wasn't a body part, there wasn't blood, nothing was actually detected, right? So it goes to show, well, what the hell was Loof reacting to? And that's why I said, could it be simply possible that if someone was going to plant evidence, or if Teresa Hallbuck at some stage was attacked and part of her body or her possessions were moved going along that berm, could that explain why the dog hit in that area, right? And nobody could give me an answer, right? So Cam presented the scenario that it had to have been from the incineration of Teresa Hallbuck, and I apologize for being insensitive, from the burn pit. So they're using this as proof that Stephen had incinerated Teresa Hallbuck on the night of October the 31st.
They're strongly alluding to that, yes.
They are alluding to that, correct.
And Roders also said, she said, I don't know if she is referring to Brenda or Sarah, imagine if there was a big fire. Maybe that's just like the way she talks, or just to,
Well, remember, that's the whole scenario.
Painting the picture, yeah.
That was the whole scenario that Mr. Kratz was presenting in court, because you need a great big whopping fire for all this combustible material to go in the western direction, right? A small fire I don't believe is going to achieve that, right? So it's building up this picture. And that's why they also talked in that episode about this great big whopping fire. And that's why they brought in Candy to say, oh my God, I thought the house was going to melt down, right? So people listening to this are starting to put 2 and 2 together. You get it? So you've now got a dog, a scent dog, a live scent dog, who now is hitting upon Teresa's ashes. And now you've got Candy saying there was a great big whopping fire, right? But all the anecdotal evidence suggests there wasn't a great big whopping fire. What do you think, guys?
I think we've rebutted this well.
I think so. But don't worry, we've got more. So let's move along, guys.
Okay, quick question.
Yes.
Courtney Q from Foul Play from chat says, how quickly after you die do you no longer have your scent?
That's a very, very good question. Are
See,
you talking about
and she thought it was a dumb question. No, it wasn't.
No, are you talking about the scent of death or life scent? Because the scent of death, these cadaver dogs can find bodies that have been buried for hundreds of years, so they're that good. But
That
the
starts
scent,
very quickly, correct? After you
oh
die.
yes,
You're no longer sloughing cells.
It's within a minute or two. Within a minute or two, isn't that right, Doc?
Very, very quickly. Yep, very, very quickly. And please, I don't want to be insensitive, but I worked as a nurse many, many years ago when I was studying in an old person's home with the elderly. And I had to attend. I've had people die in my arms, and we talk to them as they're dying. We talk to them because apparently they can still hear us. Let me tell you right now, without being insensitive, there is a very distinct odor of death. Oh my God. Once you smell it, you'll never unsmell it. And for those who are unfortunate, who have smelt it, I've had elderly people die in my arms. And there is a very, very distinct odor. Now you can imagine a canine that's trained, that's got 100-fold higher sensitivity than what a human does. No problems for them. No problems whatsoever. Yep. Very distinct odor, correct. And it happens as the person is dying. Anything that leaves your body, for example, blood, will start to instantly decay. The smell of death, the breakdown, it's almost instant, correct.
So would death odor overpower the life scent?
It depends on
the transition. One minute you are alive and then you're dead.
Yeah, that I do not know. But the irony is this, right? The cells that we shed, they're dead. The cells from our skin, while we're alive, we shed dead cells. But remember, those skin cells are impregnated with odor. Because remember, I said that we have glands that secrete odors. So it's the sum, and plus we wash, we use perfumes. The sum combination of all those cocktails is what gives live scent.
Yeah, and Scooby says that within 3 minutes, volatile organic compounds accumulate for a human remain dog to detect.
Correct.
Within 3 minutes. Wow.
Correct. Very, very quick. Yep, very quick. So,
thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. You guys are in chat. Fantastic questions. Thank you so much. So I now want to use this diagram here because in CAM, in Convicting a Murderer, they were insinuating some nefarious activity going on here involving Teresa Halbach, right? So this is the track that Loof followed in track 3 and in track 6. And don't worry, we'll go over it. It's fascinating. So what Sarah did, she centered Loof, I think about 50 meters from Teresa Halbach, the van that Teresa Halbach had photographed, right? And this is incredible. This goes to show how powerful Loof is. So Loof immediately went to the van, right? That means that the dog is tracking Teresa's live scent. we know that Teresa photographed the van. 2 people saw her, Bobby Dassey, Stephen Avery. So the dog is just not randomly walking around. The dog followed where Teresa went. But have a look at this red line. Isn't it intriguing? So Loof hits on the van. Loof hits on Stephen Avery's truck, runs its nose along the bottom of the garage, tried to go to where the burn pit area is, but Brutus is there. Bear is there. I keep getting the dog name mixed up. Bear is there. So Loof turns around, and notice Loof also hits on the concrete step, that little step on the southern door, right? And so the idea is, remember when they spoke with Brendan? They said, what did you do after she was assaulted in the trailer? Oh, we took her out this door here and we brought her to the garage, right? And so this is shown as evidence of that taking place, right? But if that's the case and they bring Teresa Horbuck in the garage, the dog's going to go crazy because there should be a lot of live scent within that garage, right? So is it possible as an alternative that Teresa Horbuck simply walked that path, and it doesn't have to be that exact path because live scent can move. It's blowing, right? It can move. So could it be that Teresa just simply walked that path and encountered Stephen as he came out of his house? Only a hypothesis. Is that possible? What do you think, guys?
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
I think more likely it was blown. You know what's interesting to me is Luke did not go to where Teresa's RAV was parked.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Very, very interesting indeed, right? Does anyone have any comments? We're all good?
Well, I mean, Doc, I mean, we've also got to remember that Teresa gave Stephen the Auto Trader magazine.
Yes.
Now, how many of them has she got lying about her house and in her car and everything like that? How many of them does she touch a day? Everything like that.
Correct.
So could it be that they picked up? I mean, but like Susan says, why is they not picked up on where the RAV was actually sitting? You know. But my train of thought there is picks Teresa up at the van because that's where she took the photos. Now, where Teresa parked her car, you would have thought that they would have hitted on that as well. But Teresa gave Stephen the magazine, and then Stephen walked to his trailer and put it in his trailer.
Good point.
Right? So then he could have went to his trailer, to the garage, and then to the back of his car and touched the back of his car. So does that mean that her scent, that is why he might have took this path, because this is the way he smelled Teresa? Because Stephen would have had it on his hands and everything like that. We're touching the magazine.
Yes.
And then going out, standing in front of the garage. He's not washed his hands or anything like that, so the scent's still there. And then he also said that he was going to go over and see Bobby, but he noticed that Bobby's van was missing. Now, this is just speculation on my part. Was he standing behind his van and touching his van while looking over at Barb's and seeing that Bobby wasn't there and went, oh, well, and then went back in the house? You know, that could thing me for that set. I mean, I'm just trying to think out the box, Doc, you know. I'm not an expert in it. I don't know about the scents and everything, but I'm just trying to think of other conclusions of how these hats have been, you know.
Correct.
It's possible.
Yes, it is possible, and that's why I believe that a counter documentary like Cam should really have examined all potential aspects, rather than give that nefarious intention. Oh, what's Loof hitting on these particular areas? And you're correct. you can potentially contaminate a scent source. And Teresa did give Stephen a copy of the Auto Trader magazine, right? And remember what I said? The amount of skin cells that we actually shed per hour, it's astronomical. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and I've been wanting, or I would have loved for Sarah to talk about, because just as much interest as Loof shows here at the front of Stephen's garage and trailer, she also showed just as much interest in the 3 trailers at the deer camp.
Yes.
Including a burn barrel and a garage out there at the deer camp.
That's correct. I think it was the red trailer. Is that correct, Neverly? That Loof showed a lot of interest as well, the red trailer. We had a lot of interesting comments.
It did like in the back door or something.
That's correct.
Yeah. I have a little comment, but it kind of goes back when we were reading Sarah Foskey's report. You know how she said, oh, we would have done this, but Vicious, she didn't say Vicious, but the German Shepherd was there.
German Shepherd, correct.
Okay, so she complained about that dog. A lot of law enforcement was complaining about that. It's like, why then didn't you freaking take the dog away the first day?
Yeah, but I don't think it was Sarah's responsibility. The bigger question is, why didn't law enforcement remove?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Correct.
Why didn't you do it right away? You have a German Shepherd, which I could see how people like expect that he could be aggressive and blah blah and all of that. Then just remove the dog, like they did on what other day?
Correct.
And then Scooby had a really good comment over here.
I'll get you one in a sec. I'll get you one in a sec. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Keep going, Neverly.
She says, also maybe not topic here, but when Brutus hit on Rab, normally it would have been open to further investigate.
That's
Jeff
exactly.
and discuss went on.
Yep.
Would want Brutus to pin down more specific. And without being an expert, being like a really inexperienced or uneducated in this, but if a dog is indicating, barking, sitting, whatever, indicating, pointing, like there's something in there, wouldn't you want to open the door? You don't have to let him in.
There could have even been a weapon.
Yeah.
There could have even been a weapon.
Or a person hiding in there.
Whatever. Yeah, and it wasn't done. It wasn't done.
And then they tell us.
Sorry, Jackson.
I'm still unclear if they would have needed another specific search warrant to let the dog enter. I just don't know the legalities of it. We've talked about this before, and I'm not sure that we clearly answered that because I really don't know, but I think they might have. Remember, all the other needed another specific search warrant to let the dog in. You need a warrant to enter a dwelling.
Okay, so if you open the door and you tell the dog not to enter, you would see if there's something in there. I understand what you're saying, but.
Yeah, but normally, and I understand what Scooby's saying. Normally, what they do is they want the dog to find the scent source. The dog points at the scent source, right?
That's their goal.
That's their goal. Correct.
Yeah. Welcome, James Crane.
Yeah, I would like to address. I'd like to address what he said. He says Cam was not a search for the truth. It was a counter to ma'am, and they are not the same thing.
That's right.
Which is very true. And, what Cam basically said was, why didn't ma'am use the dog traps? And I think the answer to that question is because the dog tracks are very confusing. I mean,
well, they weren't really used at trial either.
No, they weren't.
And that's probably more why
ma'am didn't go further into them.
It was in ma'am 2. It was in ma'am 2 that Kathleen Zellner introduced the dog tracks. Not in ma'am. There was very little about the dogs in ma'am. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So that's I guess that's the reason Cam is trying to.
But my point all along is why is Cam coming up with this conclusion regarding Loof's behavior? That's my point of conjecture. Not that they can't bring up the dog tracks. Of course you can bring up the dog tracks, but it's the conclusion that you derive. So
That's right.
in other words, if Sarah can come up with that conclusion, why can't a defense attorney come up with an alternative, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to talk
But
about Loof? Let's talk about Cuss Road. You know what I'm trying to say?
But I think Cam was trying to say they didn't use it because it was so damning, right?
They were. That's exactly right. But they also were, as Doc says, they came to a conclusion which I just don't think you can. I just don't.
Yep. And it is a very important point, and hopefully people will understand this. If Teresa Horbach was cremated in Stephen Avery's burn pit on October the 31st, let's pack up our bags and go home. Correct? You all agree?
Well, yeah, and the cadaver dog, I mean, to me, if that was the truth, that would have been a massive sense source. The cadaver dogs would have went apeshit.
Yep. If
Pardon my
Brutus
French.
hit on November the 5th at the burn pit, Stephen's in huge trouble. Same with Brendan Dassey. If item FL is a bona fide bullet that struck Teresa Horbach, and we've argued this for hours, I don't believe it is. I believe it's due to a source of contamination. Yep. Then that's very damning evidence for Stephen and for Brendan. But the entire forensic evidence, the scenario of the forensic evidence, is extremely troubling. And that's why Cam has focused on the burn pit. And that's why Cam has postulated, Teresa's ashes blew to the west, blew on the pond, blew on the western berm, and that's why Loof was very animated there, right? So you're presenting an argument on a documentary, on a counter documentary, and an attorney can't do a counter argument to say, well, how do you actually know what Loof is actually picking up and detecting, right? So many people listening to it are convinced of the guilt of Stephen and Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
You've got to be very careful when you come up with a conclusion like that. As what did Kratz say? You've got to have more than just your elbows on the table. And that goes both ways. That goes both ways.
There's just a quick question from Courtney Q. Why would they need a search warrant for her car? And again, Courtney, I wish I could answer that question. I just can't. I don't know. I just know that there's some legalities when you enter someone's property. But maybe Travis can address that in the chat.
True, but I think their search warrant was pretty well. Hey, we're going to check everything, well, because they were able to go inside buildings. They were able to check everything, and nothing really stopped Tom Fassbender from opening up the RAV. But his idea was, let's preserve the RAV and let's take it to the crime lab and check it out in there. I don't even think they had it. Did they have a search warrant for the locksmith to open up the door? I haven't seen a search warrant that says we're going to open up the door, but they did. And I
don't think they needed one.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Seized evidence. It seized evidence. But they chose not to open up the RAV. Correct. Mm-hmm. So with this, Duke.
Yeah, it's fine. I just want to touch on this whole bear preventing them from getting there one more time, just to really hammer this home for people who don't understand the absolute ridiculousness of that argument. What Convicting a Murderer said is because you can't deny the fact that, bear being there that long is a problem for them. And their only excuse was that it was a mistake, and that all mistakes are made, and he wishes he could have done it different. We should have removed that dog sooner. You'll hear most people on that side of the fence say, yeah, you're right. The dog should have been removed sooner. But if you can honestly believe that, and there's multiple examples, but let's just take Kucharski. If you can believe the story that he comes back to Tom Fassbender and says, "Hey, me and Remaker, we're just trying to get to that burn pit to look at it."
Both of them, correct.
That dog was so aggressive, I had to pull my gun out on it. What do you want us to do? And Tom Fassbender says, "Don't worry about it. We don't need to check that area yet."
Yeah.
No. You're talking about investigators who opened every single trunk in the entire salvage yard multiple times.
Correct. And the crushed cars. And the crushed cars.
These guys were thorough in going through every square inch of that massive property. I can promise you, if they wanted to get to Stephen's backyard because they felt like there was something of interest there, they would have gotten to it.
100%. And all the anecdotal evidence suggests that there was no interest in the burn pit at all. Would you agree? None.
No,
until
none. And 3
was found.
Yeah, 3 hours after this alleged incident where Kaczarski was holding Barrett hostage by drawing his gun on him, we have video of an officer standing well within Bear's range and Bear just calmly walking around. That's the same day.
Same day, and also the same day as Bucket Man.
Yep.
As well. So just so that we can move along and try and finish the podcast, but keep the questions coming. Do we have any more questions, Neverly? We're all good? We're all good? And so this actually brings up a very, very important point, that track that Loof did. The hit on the van, Stephen Avery's van, and then going around to the south door. And this potentially can explain something very important. Now, remember the fact that Bobby Dassey said in trial that he saw Teresa Hallbach come up, take photographs, and then he was, I think, a little bit confused about when he actually took his shower. But he said that he saw Teresa Hallbach walking towards Stephen's trailer. He never saw the interaction between Stephen. He never saw the interaction between Teresa, right? But what he said was when he left to go bow hunting, he saw Teresa Hallbach's RAV4. Now,
Doc, I need to add in here, and I'm not trying to muddy the water in any way.
Not at all.
On November 21st or 22nd, this is not what he told Loy's investigator. He told Loy's investigator he saw Stephen walking towards his trailer, not Teresa.
Yes, correct. So considering that both Stephen and Bobby, I don't think they get their times and actions 100% correct.
Neither do I.
They're contradictory, right? And the person I trust the least is Stephen, because he can't get times right. He can't get even events right, right?
No, he can't get days right. His memory is pretty terrible.
It's terrible. So I actually worked out that the track given by Loof potentially can explain everything, because if you look at the point of view from where Bobby Dassey was, there reaches a point where Bobby in the window can't see what's happening beyond a certain point, right? Now imagine if Teresa was walking down this path, right? So Bobby Dassey said he was in the window looking out, and he can see, you could see the blue line. He could definitely see the van, no problems at all. But there reaches a point where he can't see. Now, could it just be possible that all he saw was Teresa taking the pictures and walking off in the direction of the garage? She may have seen the garage door open. She may have heard something, and then Stephen came out to encounter her. Now, remember, the scent is not 100% that path. Susan, would you agree? A bit of wind, a bit of movement. The dog is sniffing. So in other words, it could be a couple of feet either way, right?
Well, and also, Doc, Stephen could have come out his door. Bobby didn't see him.
Correct.
Teresa saw him and walked to meet him.
Correct.
Somewhere where he couldn't see him and stopped paying attention. Didn't walk over to another window, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. So it's sorry, Susan, I'll get you on in a second. It could just have been a sliding door moment
Yep.
of a bit of misinterpretation, and both can satisfy what each other have said. Because remember what Stephen said, oh, look, Teresa Horbach gave me a magazine. I was near the RAV4. Well, how about if Bobby had left and then Stephen gets the magazine, right? And we don't know whether Stephen actually saw, the car turned left on Highway 147. So it had to be Teresa's RAV4. Bobby's car, he said that he turned right. So could it possibly explain this paradox between Bobby, Stephen, and Teresa?
Yep.
Could it explain it? He basically just didn't see it. It was out of his field of view.
It's possible.
I think she could have been sitting in her RAV.
It could
I
be.
believe.
Yep. Could well be.
Well, yeah.
She could be checking her PDA, checking her phone. Sorry, Jack 61.
No, I was just going to say exactly that. And, her head could have been behind the headrest, and he just didn't see her.
Yep. Because I reckon all he would have done was a very brief glimpse of the RAV4, and that's it. And it's just so simple. And Loof could have provided the breakthrough that actually makes common sense. Because Stephen, I'm sorry, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He gets days wrong, events wrong. So he could have been remembering an amalgam of the times that he's met Teresa. Oh, yeah, I remember when O'Neill said to him, wait a minute, you told me she never came to your door. Oh, she did once, but she never came in. So is he just simply getting confused? And have we
and don't forget about the phone call on October 30th.
Yes.
Where Brendan is actually there when Steve's talking to Jody.
Yep, correct. So have we actually cracked the paradox? Have we actually solved it? In that simply Teresa walked in this direction away from the field of view. And
it's possible.
Now, you can't say you've solved it, Doc. You can say you've come up with a good possibility.
My apologies. No, you 100%. I 100% agree with you, Susan. So it's my science when I say solved. Is this a possibility to explain the paradox?
Absolutely.
I've always thought that. I've always thought either, she was walking to meet Stephen, or she was sitting in her RAV.
Right.
When he didn't see her leave when he left.
Correct. So that means that neither Bobby was lying, neither Stephen was lying. They got the wires crossed, right? And that's it. It could be just as simple as that.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that.
Do we have any questions? Is that outlandish, or is that indeed a possibility?
I don't think it's outlandish. I mean, I just think that we're in this situation where we have a witness, Bobby, that has a limited field of view, wasn't standing outside watching everything transpire. He's getting ready to go hunting, and he saw glimpses. That's what I get out of it.
Correct.
What I think is outlandish that they expect Stephen to remember every single move he made that day.
Correct. And
who can do that? Who can do that?
I can't do that. Yeah. And if he's just out by 30 seconds, bang, they grab him. Oh, but you said...
Oh, you changed your story.
You changed the narrative.
Right.
Correct. Jack 60.
And, well, I was going to say that. And then I also think about that really pretty insane interview of November 9th with Bobby and the two, Dettering and... I can't think of the DCI agent's name, but
there were two of them.
No, it wasn't Baldwin. It's a DCI agent. I can't think of his name, but it was
they took his blood. Right?
Yep, that's right. It was a pretty crazy interview if you take it all in context.
When they were saying
about how they're
not planters.
Right, exactly. I think that he was a bit over the top. And of course, we don't know what all was said to him when the tape recorder was off. And we know these guys were none too kind to many of these people that they talked to. I mean,
We
just
know
think about what.
they told Bobby that Stephen was pointing a finger at him.
Correct.
That's right. They did.
I don't know if it
And
was
look,
that interview, but it was one of them.
Yeah,
I
no,
think that
that's
was
exactly
right
right.
in the beginning. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, I think on the I don't remember exactly, but it was around that time frame. And look what they did to Kayla.
Correct.
They took everything she said, no, you're lying, you're lying. She said that in cam. I mean, so I take that in consideration when I think about what Bobby said at trial. I think that there was some push and some compromise for whatever reason. I can't put my finger on it because I don't know for sure. What I see from these statements, where he says he was standing, I think we just have limited information.
Correct.
And I just don't think we can go any further than that. Not really.
Correct. But you see, Bobby Dassey was placed in a very bad compromising position.
Oh, yes, he was.
Because Bobby said, this is what I saw. And when I left and when I came back from hunting, her vehicle was gone. Her vehicle was gone. And the insinuation was two things, that Teresa Hallbuck was in Stephen Avery's trailer and her RAV4 was in Stephen Avery's garage. They never said it, but that's the insinuation, right?
Yeah.
They
Now,
said that in cam.
correct.
They said her vehicle was in his garage.
Correct. 100% correct. Yep. So, the thing is that a simple reproduction like this could actually have absolved both of them, right? It doesn't have to be this Bobby Dassey versus Stephen Avery.
That's right.
Right, contradiction. It just simply means that one of them got a sequence of events wrong. And that's it.
Yeah.
You explain the whole lot, right? Because Bobby, now what is interesting is that Bobby must have seen Teresa for about 5 minutes, because he was able to describe her coming up with her RAV4, getting out, taking pictures, and then walking towards Stephen Avery's trailer. So he must have observed the entire event, right? But did he see it all in one hit? Did he see parts of it? You don't know. But
No.
this is a possible explanation of why Bobby didn't see the entire event, because
I think it's certainly a plausible
I think so.
scenario. I think so. It's reasonable. It's not far fetched. And I just don't think. I agree with you. I don't think Bobby saw the entire interaction. He saw clips and pieces, and that's it.
Yep, correct.
And
But
also,
yes,
sorry to interrupt.
no.
If they say that her car was in the garage, why wouldn't Loof hit on that?
Yeah.
What did they say in camp?
He had interest in front of the garage.
Well,
Yeah.
I can relay a message from Brenda in her last
Please
interview.
do.
Please do.
The explanation that she gave as to why, because she said, I know people were questioning, if Luke had interest in the garage, why didn't they let Luke into the garage? And her explanation was, well,
Oh no. I know what you're
This
gonna
is
say.
what I was
I know what you're
alluding
gonna
to.
say.
Please continue.
She said, at this point, they're looking for a body, and they know that Teresa's body isn't in the garage, so there's really no point to bring Loof into the garage because they know there's no body there.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
And remember,
Duke?
Loof is a live scent dog, not a cadaver dog.
Yes. And then does that mean that they're not actually letting the dog do their job? They're controlling the dog,
Correct.
where to go and what to do, and
Correct.
how much to explore.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Point proven.
I mean, it's so silly because Teresa's been missing since October the 31st, right?
Yep.
And Loof came on at November the 7th, November the 8th.
Yep.
It's pretty obvious that there's not going to be a body because detectives have already gone in the garage, right? There was no evidence of Teresa Hallbuck there. But the whole idea of Loof is that Loof is a live scent dog. So if Teresa was actually in the garage, wouldn't Loof animate like she did at the birth?
like where in the garage? Like what
Exactly.
specific? And don't you think Brutus would have found that bullet?
If there was some type of tissue or blood on the bullet, most definitely. That's what the cadaver dogs are trained for, right?
Yeah.
But when they examined the bullet, they never found any evidence of any blood, no tissue, nothing except wood, red paint, wax, and a bit of
but I'm saying if Teresa's DNA was on that
Oh,
bullet.
if there was enough material, there had to be some type of source. The dog would have, I'm sure the dog would have detected it, correct?
There was DNA.
Given what given what Jeff said about Zoe, I would think so.
Yes. Now
just one comment from Travis that's from up a little ways. He was talking to James Crane. We know that Kratz talked to all of his witnesses. We know that law enforcement tried to get Redaunt to get his fire as big as possible, but Redaunt was a lawyer and had a lawyer on retainer and isn't swayed.
Correct. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you suspect Stephen Avery as murdering Teresa Halbach, don't you think that the epicenter of your investigation is from Stephen's trailer and fan out?
Absolutely.
Does that make common sense?
Absolutely.
So, in effect, you need to check the trailer, the garage, and the surrounding area. If you believe, because what you do is you know where Teresa Halbach's RAV4 was parked very close to the the van when Teresa came on the property. So why don't you simply bring in the cadaver dog first, check the entire surrounding area, remove bear, check the surrounding area, determine where it alerts. Boom, note it down. Second, bring in the scent dog, see where it alerts, put the two together. If you got a scent dog following a trail from the bedroom, going towards the garage, from the garage, going to the burn pit, investigation over. Guys, would you agree?
Yep.
Investigation over. Right? Because you've got two different dogs following the same path. Brendan Dassey told them exactly, according to him, where Teresa and her body went. Correct? Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you're correct.
They never said we took her to the berm. He never said we took her to Cuss Road. Nothing. It was a very short, defined path. Two dogs. You got all your answers. And they never did. They never did.
Back to the item FL and Brutus picking up that scent, I would think that he would be able to, because according to the state, that went through Teresa's body. Right?
They were fudgy. They were really fudgy about what they said about Item FL. It was this whole implication, pulling these two cranial pieces out that had beveling, but Kratz would never come out and say that.
Correct.
But they did say that they found Teresa's DNA on the bullet fragment.
That's right.
There you go.
Well, this is the issue, right? The issue is if you leave DNA on a source, it means you need nucleated cells.
Yep.
It meant that it had to have touched Teresa Halbach somewhere to get nucleated cells, because DNA just doesn't travel by itself. When they microscopically examined the bullet, because remember, Newhouse examined the bullet. He never said, oh, by the way, guys, I saw this or this or this. No, he never reported seeing any trace evidence on the bullet. When Culhane looked at the bullet, and I agree with Susan, I reckon she did a presumptive test and it came negative, because you got cotton fibers on the bullet, right, Susan?
Yep.
right? That's not outrageous. That's not outrageous, right? So she then has no idea where the DNA come from. She said it in court. It had to come from a nucleated source. But the medical examiner, Jensen, said, I was told that I had the blood of the decedent on the bullet.
That's right.
Which meant bullet striking brain. Now, you think about it. If there's ejector coming out of someone's skull, man, a cadaver dog is going to pick that up. If there's a bit of brain matter, bone matter, that's what the dog is trained to do, right? I can't understand. All they had to do, did they actually bring in Brutus into the garage?
We'd probably have to do that, but I don't think they did. Did they?
I've seen it in a report.
Did they what?
Yeah, I don't think he went into the garage. No.
Correct. And what is interesting, on November the 5th, Brutus came out of Stephen Avery's trailer and was near the propane tank. And then they heard a bear bark, and Julie Kramer, I think, chained up Brutus. But
went the other way.
And then Brutus headed towards a burn barrel. Instead of going, no. I want to go in the garage. Nothing. Straight past the burn pit. And what they're insinuating is that Teresa Horbach was incinerated in the burn pit, which means that there's organic material, there's bone, there's tissue, there's hair, you name it. Ash.
And allegedly item BZ.
An item BZ right in front of the dog's nose. And not only that, Duke, he walked past the allegedly human bone that was found in the grass.
Yeah.
That didn't turn out to be human anyway, right? He
did, and it's open for interpretation how you want to analyze Julie's words at trial. But the way I read it is that Brutus walked back around the south side of the burn pit area, past where that bone would have been, and then over to the burn barrels where he went crazy.
Correct. He was very, very heavily animated. Now, you were saying that there could have been a lot of bone fragments in that burn barrel. Is that correct?
Well, I'm just telling you what. Yeah, I'll just tell you what the facts of the documents show, and that's that there were those 4 longer bones that were in there that they mentioned, but there are also 31 fragments of bone that were sent to the FBI that were reported to come from that barrel as well. So It was not just the 4 long bones. That's a straight up lie according to their own documents. So either the documents are wrong or they're wrong. One of the two.
Yep. All right. Okay. Well, guys, let's move along in case we've got any more questions. Now, it just so happened that in Reading with the Crew, before CAM episode 8, what were we doing? We're looking at the canines, and we're looking at Groel's statement, right? The fact that Groel had smelt something, a foul odor, on October the 31st. And remember what we did? We looked at the direction of the wind and where Groel was, where the Avery salvage yard was. I originally got the wind direction totally wrong. Ass about face. And I thought, okay, so the wind must have been blowing towards Groel. Oh my God. So there could have been some type of cremation event close to Groel. The wind went straight to him. He smelt it. And Groel, what did Groel say? The wind was coming from the Avery salvage yard. He said that, right, guys? He said it in his report.
Yes.
The wind was blowing from the Avery salvage yard. That's why when I checked all the weather maps, I thought, oh, God, the wind must be going towards that direction. However, I double-checked meteorological websites, and people in chat reminded me, no, Dr. Silkman, the wind is coming from the west going to
Yeah.
the east. The wind
Yeah.
is coming from west, northwest, and going to the southeast, right? It's going in the opposite direction to Growell. Lo and behold, what did I find? Kathleen Zellner used the same, obviously went to another website, got the wind data and said what Fabian smelt could not have been, because he was saying that the smoke from the burn barrel hit him straight in the face. It couldn't have been. The smoke was going in the opposite direction where Fabian was. Susan.
Yeah, Brenda debunked you on this, Doc. She said
Did she?
Yeah. She said the wind doesn't just blow straight one direction all the time. It swirls and moves around.
Oh, I agree. But you see,
I mean, we have speeds of 5 and 6 miles per hour. That's a light wind.
Correct. I'm not saying it's a hurricane, but to counter argue Brenda, you can't explain how you have a concentration of scent in the opposite direction to where the wind was blowing, right? If there was a diffuse concentration around, then Loof will be going around in circles, not concentrating on one spot. Now, the wind was not blowing in the direction of the berm at any stage. Even though the wind was light, the wind wasn't going in that direction, it was going in the opposite direction on the 31st. I checked every other day. The majority of the times, the wind was coming from the west northwest.
Yeah, as I've told you guys, living in this region, now, I don't live in Wisconsin, but I certainly live on the other side of the lake. I'm just telling you, from my experience living here, even if there's like really nothing going on, it's a relatively calm day, there's always a light breeze coming from the west, northwest, sometimes from the southwest, but generally from the westerly direction, almost all the time.
Correct. So the odorants, if there are any odorants coming from that burn pit, are going to be predominantly going in the opposite direction. Even if the wind is light, there's no strong breeze blowing towards the western berm. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying that some odorants couldn't have gone there.
Sure.
Loof gave it away because Loof was going up and down, going, I'm in strong scent, right? Which meant that, you have to admit, Susan, it meant that at some stage, a higher concentration of odorants, if odorants can survive a combustion, had to go in that direction. Because otherwise, how can you explain why Loof is concentrating there? And Sarah said, I found it. And what I can't...
If Loof was indeed on Teresa's scent.
Oh, correct. 100% correct. But to counter what Brenda said about the wind, how then do you explain how Brutus and, well, let's talk about Loof, how Loof ended up, what was it, 500 plus meters west at the cul-de-sac? Now, that is some weird type of wind, right? Because remember, the combustion event, according to the state, is the night of October the 31st. And the wind is definitely not blowing in the western direction. It's coming from the west, which meant that...
Well, it also doesn't solve the problem, Doc, of when Loof originally went down the cornfield on the 7th and didn't show any interest in the berm. I mean, what the fuck's going on with that?
Right.
I don't. That's what. This is a real. I'll just call it a quandary.
No. It suggests something else.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't mean a combustion event. It means that something of Teresa was there.
That's right.
It's interesting that in two tracks, track 3, track 6, Where does the dog go? To the cul-de-sac. From the cul-de-sac, the dog goes into the deer camp. What the hell is the dog doing in the deer camp?
That's right.
Teresa's not meant to be in the deer camp. These odorants, how in the hell are they traveling from Stevens burn pit to the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road and then coming back? That's weird, right? So if you look at the next slide, I put it all together, right? Now, what Cam should have done is shown this, right? He goes, look, this is what we found. This is dog track 6. Oh, by the way, on that evening, on October the 31st, the wind was blowing from the west, and from the west northwest. I agree, Susan, it wasn't a gale, but the wind wasn't blowing towards the western berm, right? So in other words, if her hypothesis is correct, Loof should have parked herself outside, I was going to say something nefarious, outside Chucky's house or outside Barb's house, because the wind is going directly in that orientation, right? I would love someone to explain how odorants from a burn pit, live scent odorants, go against the wind and settle in a pond and the western berm. Please explain.
I don't think we'll ever get an explanation because I've looked at this 2 or 3 different sites with historical weather data. And like I said, for the most part here, unless there's a storm or some kind of weather activity that, swirls the wind up pretty good. And I'm not saying that didn't happen at the yard because we know that it did.
Yes.
They had a couple of there was a couple of pretty significant weather events. So maybe that happened. I don't know. Apparently on the 5th for sure it rained like hell and they had a pretty damn big storm, right?
Yes, they did. And also on November the 6th, it rained as well. Duke showed the pictures of the burn barrels on the morning of the 6th. So if you've got odorants, they're going to be settling down because you've got the rain and things like that. But on the night of the so-called combustion event, this disproves, in my opinion, let me just say it again. It weakens Sarah's hypothesis that live scent coming from the burn pit had settled in the pond and the berm to the west. It cannot. If you had a strong breeze blowing towards where the berm was, Stephen's in big trouble. But surely this does not support the hypothesis.
Another thing that really throws a monkey wrench into it for me. I'm just talking about looking at this again from 20,000 feet. This huge swath of area that Teresa's scent was tracked. What the fuck, man? Pardon my language. What the hell?
No, you're correct. And it indicates something was happening to either Teresa or her possessions.
I agree. I can't explain it any other way. I think the wind could have played a portion of this. I don't disagree. But correct. this much, something else is going on here that we don't know about. That
we do not know.
That's right. That's what I see, Doc. I don't know about anyone else, and I'm not asking anyone to, just to agree with what I said. Make your own decision. That's just what I see.
Correct. So, guys, what do you think of what I've just hypothesized? Is it outlandish, or does it actually support Sarah, or does it counter her hypothesis? What do you think, guys? I can't see your microphones.
Oh, let me drop this down for a second.
Yep.
So you can see everyone.
I
think personally, just for me, I'll be very quick. I think it counters what Sarah Fauske claimed. But again, I still think that there's something significant that we don't know about that went on.
Agree.
That's my belief. Yep.
Agree.
There's
Jude?
that report
sorry,
from
Susan.
there's that report from the two teenage girls, were they, that saw some couple guys standing around a burn barrel burning
And the
something
in the quarry.
Yeah.
Yes.
The quarry.
And that could very well be what Groel smelled.
Yes.
I don't know where that was, what
Yeah.
what the position of that was, but
It was close to him.
closer to him. Yeah.
I mean, if we think about where Groel was in relation to the Avery salvage yard, that's
Yes.
a pretty damn long distance.
Very
It
long
is a
distance.
long distance.
Yep.
And
Very long
I can't see the wind swirling that much.
No.
With as low 5-6 miles an hour, but swirls around the buildings a little bit or whatever, but it's not going to make it over there with the prevailing wind coming from the west, northwest, or the west, or whatever.
Yep. And as Duke pointed out, something happened between November the 7th and November the 8th because the dog, Loof, never did a beeline straight to the berm. Right?
He didn't go there at all.
That's right. He went to Cuss Road. One day after, where we are hypothesizing that cremains were dumped in Stephen's burn pit. All of a sudden, the dog does a U-turn and goes up and down the berm. Now, don't you think the berm is a primary spot to look into Stephen's yard? It's the perfect spot to look in and say, now's my opportunity. Now, hypothesis, not stating it as fact, just a possibility. And Jack 61 is correct. It does suggest something, right? It does suggest something. We haven't worked it out, but the activity of Loof and Brutus indicates that something happened along that berm, which is very, very interesting. JD, your thoughts?
You just said what I wanted to ask ages ago, which was, I think somebody was on the berm and they were walking up and down to see where they could plant bones in Avery's back garden. So I reckon they probably either had her from Cuss Road and was carrying her at the time. I know it sounds bad, but I just think they were looking to see where to plant them and then dump them there for the dogs to.
Yeah, it could honestly be as simple as that. Neverly, what are your thoughts? Thank you, JD. Neverly, what are your thoughts? She may have stepped away.
Duke?
Alice. Oh, Duke. What are your thoughts?
Jack, I sent you another picture, and it's of track 4 because I think would be great for people to see this, because to me, the biggest problem with Sarah's hypothesis is her own reports. And when people see that on the 3rd we've got that, or the track 3 we've got that, where Loof comes down straight to Cuss Road, that's the first half of track 6, right? And then Loof gets stopped. Well, we have the second half of that track. It was stopped and then restarted in that area. And for Loof on the 7th to take a completely different route than what Loof took on the 8th is, to me, a big indication that something was moved to that berm area. Or, as JD said, I'm actually in a very similar boat as him. So let's look at this together. So the S in the left, this is where Loof starts, and this is right by the Cuss Road cul-de-sac there. And Loof goes up to the deer camp area and does that loop, same exact loop that it did the next day on the 8th, right?
Yep. Yes.
However, once it's done with that loop on the 8th, it goes straight up to Stevens, to the berm area, right? But here on the 7th, she goes a completely, I mean, almost the opposite direction.
Correct.
But what's interesting is that the path that it takes on each day, remember on the 8th and here on the 7th, the end spot is still the same.
Yes. Yes.
So how can you have two completely different paths unless the scent source, the strongest source of scent, is moved from down here
Yep.
up
Yes.
in that area?
Yes. Yes. And do you notice where Loof went? In Redon's quarry. And who was working in that area?
Well, Doc, you're gonna want to check this out further, but I believe the words from Serafowski on that path was showed some interest in the area of the gravel crusher.
There you go. There you go.
Which is interesting, and I've asked it before about this rock crusher. I mean, I hate to be gross and even think about someone putting somebody's body through a crusher to smash the bones, but again, it would. It doesn't care. It smashes boulders.
Yeah, and again, the area where that's located. Let's just keep in mind of how far away that is from Stevens burn pit. And so for Serafowski to say K9 Loof had interest in the area of the gravel crusher, you got to explain how Loof is getting interest all the way down there, just like you would explain her interest in the Stevens garage. You've got to do it.
Correct. And if with that picture that you've got up, you notice where Loof is going is the opposite direction of where the wind was blowing. So that destroys the hypothesis that live scent was carried there by the wind. It could not have possibly been. It indicates either Teresa herself or some of her items have been moved from one location.
Significantly. It's not just a little move. That's what I'm saying. This whole big area, it's a significant moving of her, of either part of her skeleton, cremains, or, like you said, one of her possessions.
Or someone has got something of Teresa's in their back pocket and walking around with it.
Yeah.
That's the only way to explain it.
Or to Scooby's point, which is a great one, or there's just not one scent that Loof is following. Loof is picked up on different scents.
Yes. I can't discount that either, because she's talked about this. The dog picks up a stronger scent and says, oh, shit, I like this one.
Yep. But couldn't it also be indicative of the movement of her RAV4?
Well, yes.
Partially, yeah. I mean, again, look at all of Loof's tracks. Because there's the vast majority of them are out in this area here.
Yeah, it's definitely off. Basically off the property. I'm just stuck on we're missing something major that happened, and that's as far as I can really go with it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Let's Travis. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Last thing is, track 7. So the track after this huge track 6 that they talk about is Loof walking all the way through Redon's quarry, all the way out to
Jambo Creek. County Q. County Q.
Yep.
And what is interesting is, remember the gentleman that he said that he saw the RAV4 on County Q?
Mm-hmm. Baresh,
correct.
Oh,
Baresh.
yeah. Well, and it says in that last track, in track 7, when Loof is walking through the Verdant quarry, as he's getting closer to Q, it says he's walking on the east side of a pond that was currently being drained that day.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. That Redont got some ponds drained. Correct.
It was being drained while they were at the burn pit with alleged bones being found.
Yep, correct. So I think, to be fair, I think the hypothesis put forward by Sarah doesn't hold any merit. because it can't explain all these additional tracks. Now, remember, the state are saying categorically that Teresa nor her RAV4 left the Avery salvage yard,
That's
which
right.
meant that the highest concentration of her live scent and the scent of death is around that little square around Stephen's property. Guys, do you agree?
Yes.
And you know what's damning? If you just zoom out a little bit, Brendan Dassey said they drove the RAV4 past his mother's house, past Mama Avery's house, past Chucky's house, and all the way down to the pit area. Now, how can it be where there is no dog tracks at all in that location?
It didn't happen.
Correct.
It didn't
correct.
happen.
It didn't happen. Correct.
And
Susan.
you know, the whole point of a live scent dog is to find a person alive.
Oh, correct.
And Scooby said this. Travis is talking about it. The fact that they did not find her alive, none of Loop's tracks have any. They don't matter. They're telling us nothing basically, because he didn't find her.
Oh, correct.
That's
correct.
right.
So
Correct.
they have no evidentiary value whatsoever.
That's 100% correct. So my argument all along is, why give the impression on a counter documentary that you've solved the case?
Well, and if you're gonna include that part of it, you got to include the rest, because otherwise, you've removed so much of the context.
But you shouldn't include any of it. Is my thought, because the dog didn't find Teresa.
That's right.
That was the purpose that dog was there. We don't know what he smelled. We don't know, what he was following. He didn't find Teresa. So
correct. But you have to admit, to me, it's nefarious as an intent to say, we know Teresa was here. How did Teresa's live scent get there? From the combustion event in Stephen Avery's burn pit.
Wow.
That's right.
Stephen killed Teresa Hallbach and burnt her on October the 31st. And
that's right.
I think we've got very good anecdotal evidence that cannot be the case. It
I think we're all.
She found no scent source on that berm. There was no scent source for either of the dogs.
Correct. No scent source.
Correct. Which is why I was shocked when they included what she said. Because it's like, wait, what? Are you kidding?
That's 100% correct. Yep, 100% correct. So, guys, don't worry. We're going to analyze it in even more detail. But
really?
And we don't have to. We don't have to. But
God.
I just want to show what they showed in cam, not my stuff.
Well, this is the rebuttal. I mean, we kind of have to cover it as much as we may not really want to.
Correct, but I want to be fair. I don't want to. I don't want to say, oh, look, we don't agree. I want to show why we don't agree, because there's a lot of activity. You got a Twitter, you got an X.
Oh my God!
Conclusion. That's it. He did it. Stephen did it. Why? Oh, because the dog tracked to this location, right? So if you have a look at this picture here, this is now Cam in Cam episode 8, and I'll be interested to see what Duke has to say. See on the left-hand side, see that little spot? Sturdivant said that's where he saw the bone in the grass, 8 feet south, right? He put a laser pointer at that spot, right? So Sturdivant saw the bone in the grass. This is the one that's meant to have the red flag. That's the one that they said was a human vertebra, part of the spinal column, right? And on the right-hand side, you can see the Trooper Reese photo that was taken on November the 6th. Now, according to Sturdivant, he said that he was able to see bone fragments in the burn pit. Duke, do you have any comments?
Well, I think there's a couple important points, and your explanation of that vertebrae bone, and how what Eisenberg actually found from the vertebrae was really helpful for me to realize that there's no chance in hell that bone was a piece of a human vertebrae that
Correct.
was laying there. It also goes to show this huge problem that convicting a murderer has, because I guess the common thing that I hear from people on the guilty side of things is that the reason why this was all collected so quickly was because they wanted to get it to the crime lab to figure out if it was human or not.
Correct.
And you run into problems with people like Tom Sturdivant, who's saying that he's seen vertebrae, skull type fragments.
Obvious human bones.
Obvious human bones. Correct.
And he also made it very clear that the pile of bones that he saw was concentrated in a pile in the center of that burn pit, not scattered about, but piled in the center. So, we have that picture from Trooper Reese that is the picture that they used during trial of the burn pit,
Yes.
quote unquote, in situ on the 6th. And I cannot see any bones that are obvious and that are piled in the center of that burn pit. So there's a lot of issues. You could go 100 different routes with that. So
correct. And to make matters worse, Jack 61, if we can have a look at the next slide. So we're moving along quite nicely.
Someone's at the entryway doorbell.
What's even more bizarre is that Sturdivant wrote in his report that somebody told him that Stephen Avery allegedly has burnt animal carcasses, right? So, and he says, therefore, the discovery of suspected bone material did not seem that unnatural or unusual at the time. Yet, they arrived at the conclusion that they had to collect the material in the burn pit and send it immediately off to the crime lab. Has anyone got any comments?
What's the rush?
Correct.
I mean, they could tell there was no.
This
I'm
is
sorry. Go ahead.
This is Sturdivant's.
Okay. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. It's just what's the rush? They could tell there was no whole body in there. There was nobody that could escape from that they could save. What's the rush?
Correct.
Why not do it properly?
Correct. So that Sturdivant had somebody obviously told him that Stephen had burnt animal carcasses before. So seeing bone or bone fragments in there was not something that was unusual. But I want to get your comments. I've picked something up that's very, very interesting. Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? Unless there are any comments or questions.
There's there's a question, Susan, from Anthony Hills. He says, can fans argue about a photo of the pit search under lights? What day was that? And do you have the picture?
That was the 10th.
That was
November
the 10th. That's yes, correct. That was by Pevito and his team.
Thank you.
Yep. That wasn't.
I just want to make the point that this is not what Sturdivant said at trial.
No, this is his report.
Yeah.
But Sturdivant actually said in the trial, because they asked him, Strang asked him, goes, no, we didn't have a coroner. We didn't have a forensic anthropologist. We didn't take any photographs. My aim was to get the bones to the crime lab immediately to determine if they were from Teresa Hallbach. If they were, we would go back and reprocess the burn pit.
And was it at trial?
Yes, at trial.
He said from 8 feet away, he started walking toward the burn pit.
Yes.
And he saw obvious human bones.
Obvious human bones. Correct.
Well,
he did.
It's worse than that. He not only saw them, he grabbed himself a twig.
Yes.
Got on his hands and knees and moved some of the leaves and whatnot that were in that pit so he could take an even closer look. And he did that all with Bear still present.
Yes.
That's 100% correct. But this is, guys, this is where it's going to become really bizarre. Can we have a look at the next slide, Jack 61?
I just want to answer Anthony Hills right quick. I don't have a screenshot of that photo you're talking about, Anthony. I know that all those photographs have been requested and we never got them ever. Anything from the 10th? Nothing. I know that I know somebody has a copy of that screenshot of that from Cam, but I don't have it on me.
Correct. That's the one at nighttime where they're around the
Yes.
burn. Correct.
Yeah.
Now, I've just picked up something really, really interesting. Right? Do you see that box of bones? Right?
Mhm.
If you zoom in on the plastic bag, just zoom in. Do you see those flattened bones? They're all shattered. What are those bone fragments? What do they
What do you
look like
mean?
to you? What
rocks.
Yeah, they do look like rocks.
Yeah, but what do they look like to you?
They
They're
look
flattened.
big.
They've got a slight curve to them.
Skull.
They're skull fragments. They're skull fragments. Because what Bennett did, he separated the bones into different types. And we got a photograph of the skull bone fragments. Now look at the bones up above in the rest of the box. Have you ever seen any bone, human bone, look like any of those?
Well, no.
I haven't. No,
I don't
I
know.
haven't. I don't think so.
So if you were to
Never
look
seen
at these,
it.
if you were to look at these bones, would you classify them as human, animal, or I've got no fucking idea what I'm looking
I've
at,
got
No fucking idea.
no fucking idea.
right? So here's a very interesting problem, and I think Duke is going to pick this up. Where did Sturtevant say he saw skull bone fragments?
That would have
In
been
the wires.
in the wires.
Did they collect the wires on November the 8th?
No.
Oh,
I left them there.
Who collected the skull bone fragments from the wire?
Allegedly Pevito.
But wait a
On-
minute.
on the
Pevito
10th.
was there on the 8th.
That's right.
This box of bones was sent to Bennett on the 8th. He observed them on the 9th. Who took the skull bone fragments out of the wire?
At that point in time, we have no idea.
But they're there in the box.
That's right. Separated.
Separated. He said that he was able to see skull bone fragments intertwined in the tire wire, but the tire wire wasn't collected until the 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep.
well, you know, they could have retrieved some skull bones and not known they were skull bones,
But-
and just put them in the box,
But where did they get them? They sifted them.
right?
Where did they get them from?
Well, they say they came from the burn pit.
But the skull bone fragments were intertwined in the
Well,
tire
maybe not
wire.
all of them, Doc. Maybe not all of the skull bones were in the wires.
All right.
It's possible.
So, yes, but who said they recovered cranial bones in the tire wire?
Sturtevant.
Did Pevito find any skull bones fragments when he examined the tire wire? Duke, do you know?
I don't know. I don't think
I
so.
don't think. Thought he said that they initially thought it was bone, but it turned out to be
Burnt insulation,
burnt insulation.
right? So, Mike,
That bag of bones looks like a whole lot more bones than what Eisenberg had laid out to be the skull bones.
he said that
And-
they found 52 I think, was it 52 pieces of skull, bone
I think
fragments?
so. I think
52.
so.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, because that's not
And
what's in that photo that you see with all the little black bones laying out to be the skull. I don't think that's 52 bones.
No,
and there's another problem too now. Not to get off track, but Bennett also said he examined the ilium bone, and I don't know what that looks like, but is that present in this box?
it's got to be present in that box, because the box of bones, in fact, we've got his report. The box of bones that went to Bennett, he's the one that talked about finding the ilium bone, which is part of a female hip. So he was able to, I believe he put them in different plastic bags, right? Because one box of bones went to Eisenberg, the very same box of bones that went to Bennett. And Bennett even said, remember, Duke, he said that he put the bones on a piece of paper and he sorted them out with a knife into the different types, and he found human bones.
Mm-hmm.
There could be more than one plastic bag there.
There is.
It looks like there is.
There is. That's correct. That's correct. Right? But those flattened bones, they're skull fragment bones.
Is it? Look, it looks like there's a bag under a bag here, Susan.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Yes,
That's
I
correct.
agree.
There are dental fragments, allegedly dental fragments.
I could not say that those are skull bones.
Yes, they look exactly like the bone fragments that are laid out by Eisenberg, coming from the packet of bones that say skull fragments.
Yeah, I think that photo is way back on.
Yes, correct.
A3.
Correct. So my question is, if Sturtevant on the 8th said that he saw skull bone fragments intertwined with the wire, who took them out of the wire? Because remember, they sifted the ash.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand why they didn't bag them up and take them with them on the 8th.
Correct. So I'm really interested how on earth they got these skull bone fragments.
He may have picked some out of that wire. We don't have any photos. We don't have any. We have nothing.
No reports about it. Nothing.
Nothing.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we gotta go with what we have.
Possible too.
Correct. But Duke's gonna love the next picture. Duke, can we have a look at the next picture? So you've seen the box of bones, right? Now here's the other problem. How did they fail to sift this material from the same combustion event?
Well, as Duke talked about last night, Doc, and I'll let him talk, but they look different. They look like a different burn event.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I think
they look like wood pieces rather than bone.
I want people to pay attention to this like really small, fine area even below like the big chunks here. Even these fine fragments here are similar in burn nature to the pieces up, the larger pieces of bone here, right? Like they all belong together. That looks right, doesn't it? And none of these look like they belong to anything in that box of bones.
No.
So these are clearly collected together, separate and in a different location and burned to a different degree than what was found on November 8th in the burn pit.
Yes, but you shouldn't be saying that, Duke. Should you? You shouldn't be saying that, should you?
No, it makes too much sense.
But there's a huge problem, right? You've got, and I put up the picture before, you've got one combustion event, yet you've now just highlighted a huge problem. These bones, Eisenberg said they were hardly burnt.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain that one?
I mean, there has to be.
We're missing an event.
A separate burning event, and even there's bone fragments that Eisenberg talks about that were found in burn barrel number 2. Remember that indicated a potential I guess, delay or separate burning event, you know, with some of the things that were found in the bones.
Yes.
But I mean, it's quite clear, right? And again, I'll go to the same point I said last night. That muscle on the right there, the bone fragment up top.
Yes. Yes.
Those would have been the two largest pieces in that box of bones in the previous picture, because that box of bones is about what, 8.5 by 11, kind of like a sheet of paper size box.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, this is a 2.4 inch by 1.2 inch piece of muscle.
Well, if you look at the next slide, Jack 61, I measured it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I measured it. There you go. I measured it, and it's exactly what Eisenberg got. I measured it. Right, so that is a large piece of muscle tissue that somehow got escaped the sifter.
How do we know the size of that box? I've always wondered what the size is. There's no.
I think there's. I think it's the
nothing
scrap.
that measures it.
Yeah, I think there's a size that somebody mentioned somewhere, maybe
It's
Eisenberg or
Eisenberg's report.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's got the measurements of the box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it was smaller than I thought originally.
Are these inches
It's-
or centimeters?
This is inches.
I've got both. I've got in
There's both
millimeters
there,
and in
yeah.
inches. I've got it. If you just drop it down, Jack 61, you'll see it. So
Yeah,
this was fantastic because they put the scale ruler in the photograph, which they didn't show in court.
Yeah, and Leslie measured by millimeters, and
I believe
again,
so. Correct.
It just, I think it speaks,
You can-
more volumes to show it in inches too sometimes. But yeah, it's a big piece.
Yes, correct. And I think Travis made a very interesting observation that maybe if Teresa was dismembered, you could have had different combustion events potentially in different spots. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I kind of figured.
Yeah.
And where was she dismembered?
Correct. Now,
that is the question.
correct.
Oh.
Now, what is interesting, remember, we've got 3 bone piles in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, which Cam are now saying are human. And according to Cam, it's because Stephen put him in a bucket and went on a bone dumping expedition.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Guys, do we have any further questions?
But didn't they also have, at those different sites, didn't they also have little burn sites?
Yes. In fact, Brutus hit in the Manitowoc County gravel pit. Do you remember the day? Was it November the 10th? I have to check my notes again. And it was
Started
at
digging at the concrete, right?
Started digging at the concrete. Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
And there was burned stuff around there, correct?
That's correct. That's 100% correct. Yep.
So if Stephen was just dumping, he just happened to dump them by burned areas.
A burnt area. Correct. All right. Well, look, guys, I reckon we're almost getting to we've done close to 3 hours. The next part that they showed in Cam was the coroner, right? And there's no need for us to go through this. They mentioned they had that great debate between Rookie and Ken Kratz about why the coroner wasn't required.
And about that clip ready to go, Doc, if you want to play it or you want me to play it.
With the
Yeah.
Rookie one. Yeah, let's go for it, guys. Let's go for it.
Okay. Give me just 1 second here to switch screens.
Beautiful. Yeah, that was very, very interesting. What Norm Garn called Deborah a disgruntled Manitowoc County employee, which is
I like how Kratz starts to argue with Rookie that he doesn't know what a coroner does better than Rookie.
Well, it's a good thing we know now. And again, I'll keep quoting this interview Brenda did, but it's a good thing we know now that it was the elected officials that weren't allowed on the salvage yard, right?
Yeah.
That's where according to Brenda, that's where they drew the line. No elected officials, except for DA Mark Rohr, who was there on the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. So
Right.
So it doesn't really work out for her, does it?
It doesn't.
no.
Okay, let's play this little clip.
On the 10th of November, did you know that it was human bones already?
Yes.
So where was the coroner? The county coroner.
Give a shit where the coroner was.
Well,
Coroner
that's
has nothing to do
But that's
with
the
a
point.
forensic anthropologist.
But
right?
it's all no. But it's all related. Why?
It's all related. How is a coroner related to whether those are bones or not? This should be good.
What's the law in the county? If a dead body is found, who's called?
Not the coroner.
They can arrest the sheriff. If there's a dead body in the county, the sheriff cannot even stand in the way of the coroner from doing her job or his job.
You're saying that what? A coroner, by the way, who doesn't have to be a medical professional in Wisconsin,
Yep.
doesn't. You know what a coroner does? They walk in and they kick the body and they say he's dead. That's as far as their medical training goes. You're saying that you should bring in that person rather than a forensic anthropologist to tell me who that is?
I'm just asking you, what was the law? Was it allowed to bring in a coroner?
Absolutely not. The coroner had no place
Not even to,
on.
to identify the body, right?
What body are you talking about?
Oh boy.
Oh shit!
Oh boy. Yeah.
Jesus.
that's,
And you notice he never answered Rookie's question. He avoided it
Never.
because
Unbelievable.
he knows it's state law. He knows it is.
He actually just said no
correct.
to Rookie.
Correct.
When Rookie said that's the law, he said no.
Correct. Now, Jack 61, just so that we move along, unless there are any questions, do you have that other little clip? Because now things started to get really, really bizarre.
Oh, with Fassbender?
But there's, I think the one that there's a picture of Dr. Eisenberg just at the front. I think it's only a short clip. They're talking about the number of bones that were found in the burn pit. Have you got that?
Yeah, that's clip. It's clip 6. Yeah.
Okay. Should we have a look at that one?
Absolutely. Just 1 second here.
So I think this is where things started to get really bizarre, because Dr. Eisenberg was talking about the fact that, oh yeah, look, no worries, we found all these bone parts belong to Teresa Orbach. I think this is the one, Jack 61.
Yeah, I think so. All right, here we go.
Essentially every part of the body. Not every bone in the body, but represented every part of the body.
Yeah, which was...
What?
Yeah, you want to play that one again?
Yes, please.
That's what Eisenberg
Essentially
said.
every part of the body. Not every bone in the body, but represented every part of the body.
How could those two be logical?
There's also Jack 61. I think there's another little clip.
There is.
With Dr. Eisenberg, and she says essentially the same. Have you got that one? No, not that one. There's one with just, you could actually see Dr. Eisenberg on the front.
I think this is it, Doc. I think it just caught the in clip of that. I think.
Yep, we'll try.
Let me check here. Let's see.
Tire wires is what it says.
No, it's not this one. There's one with just Dr. Eisenberg. I'll just see if I could...
Loop tracks. Should be clip 5. Oh, I think we skipped one. Three.
That's the one you just played with Rookie. Oh, it says Eisenberg.
On the 10th of November, did you know that it was human bones already?
Yes.
So where was the coroner? The county.
I've got something's wrong here. Go back here.
It's just labeled wrong.
Doc, you're muted.
Yeah, he's listening through.
Do you have slide 825? 825. This is the actual statute, the Wisconsin statute that Rookie was quoting to Kratz, and Kratz said, "No, the coroner didn't have to be there." I'll just wait till that comes up. It's Wisconsin statute 979.01.
There you go. There's that one.
Yeah,
Let me see if
that's
I
the
can
one.
find this. I know I've got that other clip with Eisenberg. I know I've got it. Just,
Yeah, that comes later.
you guys can talk.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
comes
you guys
later.
can talk. Yeah, you guys can talk. I'll find this.
It'll be very interesting and to get maybe what Travis thinks. But according to this, and even Deborah Kakach quoted, hey, look, it's the law, right? Whenever you find a body, burial of a body, and also a cremation event, you got to have the coroner there. And Kratz argued, what body? But not only that, that was the argument that was used in CAM to say, we don't need a coroner. Susan, what do you think?
Yeah, the silly excuses they made. And then they had somebody say, you know, well, sometimes we just have them bring us the bones. Sometimes we go out there, you know, and that was the anthropologist, or the what was his title?
I think he was a forensic anthropologist.
Forensic
Medical
anthropologist.
examiner.
Medical examiner. But that still, it's not the coroner. The coroner is
correct.
required at the scene, and then the
Correct.
coroner directs what happens from there.
Correct.
And the fact that they make the excuse of Kakach, which now Brenda says it's because she was elected official, why not bring one from Calumet or another county? Their excuse does not pass the smell test. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, because they could have called anybody to come to the Avery salvage yard. Did they ever do that? They did not.
No, Michael Kleiser wasn't on the Avery salvage yard, even at the burn pit. And I remember having this argument about the fact that Michael Kleiser signed the death certificate of Teresa Horbach on the 10th at, I think, 10:04. And the simple question I asked was, how did he know Teresa was deceased when all they had was the report of the bones being found, no DNA, no mitochondrial DNA evidence, no genomic DNA evidence. And Karen Horbach even said on the stand, yeah, I was told, I think as early as the 9th, that they were the remains were identified as Teresa's. Duke.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, their excuse of, you know, well, no one would have known if that was her or not. We didn't know if those were her bones or not. It doesn't work because, one, that's not how you investigate. And I know it's not how they investigate, because if you look at a few hours before they find the bones, they find this Toyota key. And we're talking about a salvage yard where there's thousands of vehicles, and one Toyota key is found. And how did they treat it? They treated it as if it was hers, meaning they took photographs, they put gloves on, they made sure to call the right people to come collect it, get it sent right down to the crime lab to get it examined. That's how you treat something you find when you're investigating what they classified at that time was someone they thought was dead. And so if you find remains, you're not touching those. You're going to get someone in there that can identify what it is you're looking at. And if it's human, they'll take it from there.
Yes. And also you put that person on the stand so you can show the jury how did they conclude that that was Teresa. So why didn't they put Michael Kleiser on the stand? Either side.
And yes, Scooby, they did use Kleiser, but he did not go to the burn pit.
No, he did not.
Kleiser was in the quarry, right?
He was in Mikkel's quarry, correct. With Fassbender and Wiegert. They were there as well, in Mikkel's quarry, correct.
Yep.
But Duke makes up a very good point. Everyone came running when they found the key, but no one came running when they found bones, evidence of bones in Stephen Avery's burn pit. And Stephen was their primary suspect at that stage. One day prior, Duke, what did they all do? They all ran to Cuss Road for a peat moss bag and a rotten wooden paddock. So it's remarkable the difference between both areas. Duke.
Yeah, remember, and they didn't come running for the Pete Moss bag. They came running for something that was a potential burial site. They had no idea if anything was even in there or not, and yet they still dropped everything and went there, as they should have.
Yes, correct.
That's how things normally would work in these types of investigations, and that's why it's such a red flag that you've got Deb Strauss, who's at Stephen Avery's burn pit, calling Tom Fossbender on the 8th saying, hey, we've got bones here. What do you want us to do? And I don't know what his words were, but he sure as hell didn't come up there. He didn't send anyone else up there. They didn't have even an arson investigator there, because although Sturdivant had 2 brief years as a little stint as an arson investigator, ask Brenda, he wasn't one on the 5th or on the 8th of November.
Right. But let me just stop you right there, Duke. Is it possible that Fassbender knew that something had been found at Cuss Road?
Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't that indicate that if he didn't come running down to the burn pit, neither him nor Wiegert nor Pagel, Pagel was also at Mickles Quarry, does it tend to suggest that they found something at Cuss Road? Because we have 2 reports that indicates that bones were found.
Right. And I do not believe that it was a mistake on their end for not coming to the burn pit. It wasn't something they overlooked. There's a reason why they didn't come to the burn pit.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that they would overlook something like that if you're claiming or thinking at the time that there was a human being burnt in a burn pit.
And now,
and not only that, again, they ignored it on the 8th. They definitely ignored it on the 9th, according to, I'm just basing on what Sipple said. We don't have any photos to, back up his statement, but, he'd been a cop for a while. I would imagine he knows what human bones look like, or something told him he was looking at human bones. I'm just saying.
Since we're talking about human bones, I just want to quickly go back to what Fassbender said. He said that there was a representative of a bone of every part of the body, which again is a lie, because we do not have any bones that consist, they're found in the trunk. I'm talking about clavicle, like the collarbone, like the
ribs,
scapula, ribs, majority of the spinal column. So he's lying. Yeah. I'm sorry?
No, which we will address. It's coming up, coming up. We talked about it.
Travis would like to pull up the 979.01, which is up there. He wants to see. Yeah.
Me too.
What's going on?
Can you enlarge it, Jack?
Well, it looks like Travis had the chance to look at it, and he says 979.01 does require the county coroner to be notified.
But does that mean that they need to come to the scene, or?
Yes.
Well, they got to be notified and
then
notified.
They make a decision, right?
That's right.
They didn't even notify her.
No,
she found out on TV.
Yeah,
she found on TV. Yeah,
I think it's pretty clear.
TV.
Oh, so we don't have the full page, huh?
No, but I've got the website. I've actually got the website. That's probably a discussion for another day, if we're going to look into the stat. But Deborah Kakach, she knows what the statute is. She even quoted it, right? She obviously knows that she should have been informed. And Mark Wieger was very standoffish to her and said, I don't need to inform you about bones.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, remember Brenda's logic in Convicting a Murder. I don't know if you've got that clip, but she says, normally this is the law, right? But this was a special
case.
Yeah, special case.
It wasn't
We
Teresa.
didn't even know if it was Teresa.
That's 100% correct. Yeah.
Well, if it's anybody's body, I don't care who.
Exactly.
It's human.
Yeah. You have to admit, it doesn't look good when you're starting to defend the undefendable. You know what I mean? Instead of just saying, look, we really fucked that up, don't please provide some type of rubbish excuse, because remember, Teresa's parents are hearing all this, potentially hearing all this, and saying, well, how come you didn't follow the normal procedure that you've got written down in your own statute? That is, tools down, bring in a coroner, take photographs, take a video, do processing. Are these human bones? If yes, shut it down. Shut it down. We process it and we do it properly. And Duke, you know that's exactly what Pevito did 2 days later, correct?
Correct. I mean, just speaking for myself and myself alone here, if I was a parent to someone like Teresa who lost her life, and I found out that the investigators handled the remains this poorly, just personally, me speaking, not only poorly on the 8th of collecting it quickly and getting it sent off, and just really like poor investigative work, caused a lot of questions, but then to bring in a skidster and essentially destroy that area with where everything had happened, I'd beat the shit out of someone. I'm sorry, but
it'll be very bad. It's
awful. I mean, what is their purpose for doing that?
Other than not allowing someone to ever
get
it.
Yeah.
What would the point be?
What other purpose could there be?
Correct.
It makes no sense.
And remember, they did this before anything about Brendan Dassey. Remember how Brendan Dassey said, "Oh, I think according to what I heard, Stephen buried a couple of bones in front of the burn pit," right? So this is way before Brendan Dassey. So there was absolutely no need to them to level the entire burn pit. Maybe because if actually someone went there who's a fire expert, who's burnt cadavers, could say, guys, you got to be kidding, right? There's no way you can burn a human body to bone fragments. Now, Neville, was there a question? Did Travis make a comment about?
Travis, yes. He said, I looked at full page 979.01 does not require anyone to go anywhere. It does require a coroner to be notified. Now, what does a good coroner do when notified bones are located? And he says, yes, that's for another discussion.
Correct.
I guess it would really depend on what, a detective or some, what they would tell this coroner, and go from there.
Yeah.
And don't forget, I thought of this a few minutes ago. Don't forget the phone calls between Shutter and the on-call coroner. There was at least 2. There may have been 3, but there were at least 2 that I can remember. Remember, he called and said, they knew they were searching. I'm going to be on duty tomorrow in case you need me. And then Shutter later on, I don't remember what the date was. I'd have to look. I'm sure Duke remembers these calls as well. Shutter called dispatch and wanted to know who the on-call coroner was. And they had to call him back or something. I don't remember.
Yep, correct. And you see, that begs the question, why was Michael Glazer called to Mickle's Quarry? He was called to Mickle's Quarry because he had to look at a foot, which they suspect was a human foot. And it actually turned out to be burnt what?
More insulation.
Burnt insulation, which then leads credence to the fact that it looked like bone, right? And what did Pevito say and describe in court? What did he see a lot of?
Bone insulation.
Bone insulation that looked the same color as bone, right? So it goes to show that we have to be very careful when we look at a picture to determine exactly what it is. That's why you need a forensic anthropologist on site to make an observation. Now, did Dr. Eisenberg actually go out to the Avery salvage yard?
No.
Never.
No forensic anthropologist saw anything in situ.
No.
Right? Okay. Well, look, guys, are people in the audience happy to continue? We've done over 3 hours.
I'm good to go, but that's up to everyone else.
is just say yes or no in live chat if you want us to continue, because we can go a little bit faster. Jack 61, if we put up A26, we can do the couple of slides pretty quick. So A26 is just simply the report by Dr. Bennett, who had a look at the bone fragments, but he said something very intriguing. Are you able to just go up a little bit, Jack 61? Have a look
Yeah,
at
I
the
did.
area in blue. Look what he said. Look what he said, which is very, very interesting. Susan, do you see the area in blue?
It's
The
purple.
purple.
Oh, my purple.
It's the if you scroll up, I've highlighted it on my screen. It's the area that says there is no evidence to suggest. It's about halfway down. Have a look what he wrote. See that
Okay.
there is no evidence. You want to read
There
that
it
out?
is.
Yeah, have a read of that one.
There is no evidence to suggest that non-human animal bones are present, although many of the parts are so small and burned that species identification would be virtually impossible. Likewise, there is no evidence to suggest that more than one individual is involved, although for the same reasons, more than one individual could be involved, but simply unrecognizable.
Oh no!
Oh my God.
Oh
Wow.
no!
That's interesting.
So in
It's
other words,
interesting because it's just bullshit. It may, but not really. Although it could, but we don't know. So what did she say?
well, the interesting thing that Bennett basically just disclosed is that there could well be lots of animal bones in there, but he can't tell.
Can't
The
tell for
next
sure.
the next paragraph is interesting.
You want to read the
He
one out?
said, he says some of the larger, more definitive parts were selected out and placed in an evidence bag,
Mhm.
while some non-bony material received similar treatment.
Yes.
Could that be
Interesting.
BC? Non-bony?
No.
No, he would recognize that, I think, right away.
Well, we know it wasn't because that was discovered
Oh.
by Heavy Toe at the Calumet County Sheriff's Department on November the 10th.
It
Yes.
says there were several metal snaps.
Yes. Neville, did you say that Travis
Here,
wants?
yes, Travis wants us to read again that this paragraph, there is no evidence to suggest.
Okay.
And
Okay. Yep.
we might as well read the other one too.
Yes. Would you like to read it?
Or Susan, do you want to read it?
Susan.
There is
Thank
no
you.
evidence to suggest that non-human animal bones are present, although many of the parts are so small and burned that species identification would be virtually impossible. Likewise, there's no evidence to suggest that more than one individual is involved, although for the same reasons, more than one individual could be involved, but simply unrecognizable.
Wow.
So what did she
I've
say?
never read that. That's amazing.
So what did she actually say, Dr. Silkman?
Eisenberg said that there's only one individual. She found no duplicate bones.
Yep.
She found no duplicate bones. But here you've got Bennett saying, "Oh, jeepers, there could be more than one person." But
they're so small and so burned that they really can't tell. Yeah.
Correct.
Even if they're human or animal, really.
Correct. Which begs the question, did he just simply isolate the human bones, put them in a plastic bag, and the rest of those bone fragments that you see in the box are indeed probably sheep bones?
I think those were big enough to identify. He's talking about the tiny pieces, I think.
Yeah. But everything they sifted, and Duke went through it, is being collected in that box.
Mm-hmm.
They never found item BZ until 2 days later.
Yeah, and this report here is specifically examining everything that we can see in that box.
In the box, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I didn't see the metal snaps. I guess they're hiding underneath. the bones.
Yeah, but if you have a look at the next page of his report, he actually goes on. Have a look what he wrote. Does someone want to read this out? So they're finding metal bits. Would someone like to read this one out?
I'll let Susan.
Susan.
There were several metal snaps, as on a blouse, for instance, along with a zipper handle and perhaps parts of a metal belt catch. Among the bony fragments, fortunately, was part of the ilium, ischium, acetabulum, and greater sciatic notch, with an angulation of approximately 90 degrees. This is strongly indicative of the female sex. In addition, the size of a radial head, humeral head, zygomatic and faintly developed linea aspera all suggest female, even giving considerable shrinkage due to heat. The rather broad age range given in the summary reflects the absence of the bones necessary for a more precise estimate. But of those bones present, all epiphyseal unions are complete, indicating an age of over about 20 years. Likewise, although not the best indicator, all cranial sutures are still patent, which would tend to rule out an older individual.
Now notice.
So he saw all of the cranial sutures? What?
So wait, where did they get those cranial bones from?
Right?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Where did they get the cranial bones from? They're intermingled. That's what's in the plastic bag. And I picked it up last night.
I don't think that they all had to be in the wire, Doc. I think some of them could have been with the other bones.
But who then collected the other cranial bones?
We don't know.
Pevito was supposedly, right, Duke?
Well, that's I think that maybe is the issue, is that Pevito is the one that, said, I know Sturdivant said it as well, but Pevito on the 10th said that he had to dig in and grab those bone fragments.
Yes. Correct. But
I didn't see any pieces with the sutures where you could see the cranial sutures.
They may be overlaying on top of each other, because Eisenberg tried to put together some cranial bone fragments. Remember how she used the colored nail polish?
That's right.
And she said that she had a lot of trouble trying to reconstruct the skull. But remember, they found parts of allegedly of Teresa Horbach's face and her jawbone, cheekbone,
eye socket.
Yeah, eye socket. So basically, what Bennett is saying is that they found diagnostic bones that indicate the presence of a female. So quite clearly, the ilium bone is part of the hip. And because the hip has got a certain angle in a female, he was able to conclude that it was from a female. But notice, Eisenberg did not use that as a diagnostic bone. She used completely different bones.
We don't really know what happened to the one Bennett examined, do we?
No, I've never seen a photo of it. I've never seen a picture of it.
You know what? For them to say that all cranial sutures are still patent. Okay, never mind the patent part, but all cranial sutures. That means that they got a skull, a whole skull almost.
No.
Well,
it sounds like.
And all
certainly got a good chunk, but I've never seen it.
And sutures, the way they go, they're really long.
Yes.
So you need to have two bones that are fused together. That's where the sutures are.
Correct.
So long pieces.
Correct. So I have no idea what made him say that.
1 inch or 2 inch chunks.
Correct.
You need a long piece.
Correct.
So where are they at?
Yep, we've seen the picture of the bone fragments. They're tiny. They're small.
Yep. What the hell is he talking about?
I've got no idea. I've got no idea. So to summarize it, if we look at the next slide, here's the problem.
Didn't Kratz say it was between 20 and 35 or something like that?
Percent, yes.
Yeah, there's still only
No.
30% of
No,
us-
I mean the age. For
Age range, yeah. 20 and 35. That's what he said.
Yes.
And he just said over 20, between 20 and 90, didn't he?
It's not it. He estimated the age range between 20 and 50 years old. Between 20 and 50. 20 and 50, correct.
That's a big difference.
Huge difference. So here's the fundamental problem, and I'd love to get Duke to comment. We have the one combustion event. We've got that box of bones that was sifted on November the 8th, right? And you can see the plastic bags. There are multiple plastic bags there. You can see that the bones right at the front, they resemble the cranial bone fragments, right? And if you scroll up on November the 10th, they discovered item BZ. And have a look, that material looks very, very different to the material up above, right? And the theory is all of that material came from Stephen's burn pit, and there's one fundamental problem. Brutus failed to alert and show excitability, even away from Bear. Hey, I want to go here.
What about the group of dogs? What about the group of dogs that Dan Mignon talked about that came through? Surely one of them was a cadaver dog and would have given an alert on that pit.
Yes. So I want someone to explain to me, how can that be possible?
I don't think it can. I think what David discovered on the 10th came from another burn location. That's what I think. I don't know about Duke. He can talk about it.
Well, I can almost guarantee you that they did. I mean, just look at how different they are in the degree in which they're burned. And then, again, just think about the fact that in order to have gotten on the tarp, or I should say in the tarp that Pevito discovered item BZ in, an officer would have had to take that piece, because what they did, they had, a 2.5 by 3.5 foot sifting thing, kind of chest high, that as dirt was put onto, they would with their hands kind of spread out the dirt and then give a little shake to the sifter so everything smaller than 1/4 of an inch would fall through, and they could examine what was left on top. So someone would have had to have seen this, picked it up and said, no, not of evidentiary value, and put it in the tarp. And yet, if you look at the picture of the box of bones, they're able to identify much smaller pieces of bone that, to me, look much more like rock than bone.
Yeah, correct. There's no way that whether it's a leg bone or an arm bone goes through a sifter, and they missed it and they threw it in the tarp. There's no way.
No, that's impossible.
You can't miss that. But someone made the comment in chat that the bones look completely different. The degree of being burnt looks completely different. And Eisenberg even said that the bone almost looked unburnt, which is incredible.
Yeah, and if it was just those big pieces, that still would be damning. But to me, when you start to, like we did before, when we zoomed into those little tiny fragments and shreds of whatever it is in item BZ, even those looked similar to the bigger pieces. So that they came together.
Yes.
And there's nothing in that box of bones that looks anything remotely close to it.
No. Correct.
agree.
Yep, that is a huge issue. All right, guys. Jack 61, do you have the next clip? That's the one that's got the facial bone fragments. Have you got that little one?
That is clip. Hold on, I'm on the wrong page. The one with Fassbender?
No, it's the one after that one. It's just got the 4
Tire
or 5.
wires?
I think. Let me just play
Facial
that.
bones.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me watch a little bit of this. And
Only a short clip with Fassbender where he talks about. I think we've already played it, where he talks about the fact that all the bones in the human body have been represented. I don't think we need to play that clip again. We're good.
No. Yeah.
Yep. So
this
if
is
you,
the clip. The clip I've got is labeled tire wires.
oh, that's next. That's coming up. That's coming up. So we can quickly have a look at A29. So slide A29. So we can go through this fairly quick. So this is the impression that they were trying to give in CAM, that what Fassbender said, that every bone, just about every bone in the human body was present in the box of bones, right? Tag number 8318. And remember how we looked at the vertebra, right? You get the impression that they found an entire human spinal column, but in actual fact, they only found the facets, only found 3% of the spine by weight. And if you look at the picture, I believe that's the picture that was shown in court. They showed the entire skeleton, saying, yep, the whole of Teresa Horbach was in there. Now,
Can you zoom out, Jack, please?
Yeah. Does anyone have any comments?
Yeah, we found the cranium, we found the scapula, we found the... No, you did not. You found
Little
bits and
pieces
pieces
of
and the
them.
whole, yeah, but not the trunk. And look what's going on in the trunk. Look at the amount of bones there. The sternum, the, what did it say that it's called? Clavicle, the collarbone, where the shoulder sockets. Those are like big chunky things.
Correct. 100% correct. So if you look at the next slide, so they're giving the impression that the entire we can do the next slide very, very quickly. Slide 30. There's one problem, right? Dr. Eisenberg weighed all the different types of bones that were found, right? And if you look at the spine, she only found 0.04 of a kilogram. And by weight, because people have measured the weight. Susan.
I just said, wow.
Yeah. And so people have measured, anthropologists have measured the weight of a human female spine. And according to weight, they only recovered 3% of her spine. There's 97% of Teresa Horbach's spine by weight that is unaccounted for. Plus, they reckon that about 60% of her bones have never been found, right? And so it also goes to show that what Sipple and Jost saw was not a human vertebra, because Eisenberg never described an entire vertebra. She only found facets of vertebra. So guys, what's going on? What happened? Anybody got any idea?
I don't.
That's amazing when you see all those figures. The ribs, 0.05 on the ribs.
Yeah.
Where are her ribs? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So what Neville pointed out is that her torso is gone. The majority of the bones in the torso, I don't believe they're being found. We got lots of ribs, and I'm not sure whether the lady is still in chat who did the cremation.
J.
Yeah, because apparently ribs are very hard to burn.
Yeah, that's what Dehan said too.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, look, I'm at a total loss, guys. I really, really am. So, guys, shall we continue or do we close here?
What do you have left? What do you have left, Doc?
Look, I've got just a few. Why don't we do 2 more slides and 1 little clip, and we'll call it quits. Are people happy with that?
What subjects that we haven't covered?
So essentially, what they haven't covered Oh, we've actually got the picture of the cranial bone fragments, the tire wire, and then they come back to Sarah Fausk, and that's how I go through the entire steps of Sarah Fausk. But we can do that another time. There's no big deal. So I think here this slide shows you the email exchange between Erdl and Fassbender, which they didn't show on cam, saying basically that Erdl, he refused to take any pictures. Why, Jack61?
Because the scene had been altered.
Right.
He says it right there.
Yes, correct. But the irony is, if you look at the next picture, which they did show in cam, look what they did on November the 10th. And I'll read it. Yeah, you read it, Jack61.
After learning that the bones in Stephen Avery's fire pit were human, arson investigators arrived at the Avery property to grid and photograph the area.
Right.
Too late.
Which absolutely destroys what they've been saying all along, that you didn't need a forensic anthropologist, you didn't need photographs, you didn't need a grid. Guys, 2 days later, Pevito comes in and does exactly what should have been done on the 8th. Does anyone have any comments?
I absolutely agree.
You have to,
should have had the forensic anthropologist out there.
Correct. So in effect, Cam debunked itself, right? Jack61, can we play the next clip, please?
Is that the one with the tire wires?
I think it's a tire wire, correct.
Just a second.
Thank you. So this is very, very interesting where they go with this. So we'll just wait to come up. Do we have Susan? Did you have a comment?
No, I don't, Doc.
Okay, no worries. We're nearly finished.
Yeah, it's on screen. Here we go.
Yep.
It's only 37 seconds.
Beautiful.
Basically, when the fire's all done, I assume Stephen went out there and raked that into a big ball.
Pieces, small fragments of bones were found intermingled with tire wires.
I noticed what I believe to be skull fragments in that debris and intertwined within the steel-belted tires.
Now, it'd be very difficult if Teresa was burned somewhere else and someone snuck on their property and sprinkled these bones around, that they would be intertwined in the middle of this and throughout this ball. Could it be possible? I imagine maybe it could be possible, but very unlikely.
Right.
What?
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Does anyone have any comments?
It's possible.
Yep.
That's where I heard the raking of the tire wires.
Yes. And if we put up the next picture, A33, I think what we'll do, we'll probably just do 2 more slides, and then we'll call it quits, right? And a lot of the points that we can cover later on, we can actually do with the reading with the crew, because we've actually got all the slides prepared. So Tom Fassbender was saying, all right, Stephen Avery had raked up all the tire wires in a ball. But Duke, when did they actually remove the tire wires?
Well, they removed them on the 10th. And it's interesting to note, too, that Tom Sturdivant's own report talks about himself doing some raking on the 8th.
With Barb's rake.
Yep.
Correct. So what is very, very interesting. Now, look, please, I'm not doubting that there were human cremains of bones present in the tire wire. I'm not debating that at all, right? And if you zoom in closer, you can actually see some of the white amorphic material that's present in the tire wire, which now Pevito said that he saw a lot of that material that looked like bone, but was actually burnt insulation, right? So you don't know what it actually is. But guys, they never collected it for 2 days. So if we look at slide A34, this will give you a clue, right? In Kratz's book, in the picture on the left, He's saying that that's human bone. Right? He's saying that is human bone. Compare that to the picture on the right. They are cranial bone fragments. And have a look at the plastic bag up above. Susan, that's where I reckon that's where they came from, in that plastic bag. The cranial bone fragment.
I'm just counting them. There's like 30 some bones there.
Yep. But
you said
there
50 some, but yeah, I didn't think there were that many.
Yep. But I'm not sure whether that picture's got the entire lot, or that's or they only put some out. But I think there were 50 cranial bone fragments in total. I think that's what they said. So this is the same burn event, the same combustion event. Look at the total difference in the color of those bones.
Did Kratz point out this photo in the wires particularly?
Yes.
This piece?
Yes.
He did. Okay.
That arrow is, I put it in. But he said in
I
his
don't
book,
think that's a bone myself.
I don't either.
But
he said,
and I'm not disputing there's bones in there somewhere. I'm
Correct.
just saying that right there does not look like a bone.
No, correct. So it is very, very interesting that this was what was in Ken Kratz's book. But the reality is, if you have a look at those cranial bone fragments, they look completely different. Look at the way they're burnt. Yeah. Look at the way they're shattered, right? They resemble bone. On the left-hand side, that's amorphic. It's got no shape. It's crumbly, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. It doesn't look like bone, and it's white, completely white.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, look, guys, I reckon just the final slide, because I think we're all tired. Now, look at this. Look at this. On November the 6th, when the burn pit was photographed by Trooper Reese, you can see the bunch of tire wires in the corner, right? And according to what Sturdivant said, he saw cranial bone fragments, right, intertwined with the tire wire. But if you zoom out a bit, look what happened on November the 10th. He raked out the tire wire from the burn pit and placed it next to the seat, and they collected it on the 10th. Now look how tightly wound that material is. It's even got leaves intertwined, and that tire wire is all rusted out.
I was under the impression there were two balls out there, one up here and one in the pit.
No. If I'm not sure I've got the photograph, but in reading with the crew, we've actually got the photograph showing the burn pit empty and the ball of wire to the side. So he raked it out, right? And if you look at the next picture, we'll make this the last slide. Look what he says. A hoe and a sand rake from the adjacent residence were used to scrap the ground surface. It was him that pulled out the tire wire with a rake.
That he got from Barb's.
From Barb's, I think. From Barb's, correct.
Also noticed was a blade from a hacksaw.
Which they didn't collect. Which they
didn't collect and test.
Correct.
It just seems crazy to me. Why the hell wouldn't they collect it and test it?
And Susan, look at this picture. We'll make the next slide, the very last one. Have a look at this. There were tire wires next to Bear's kennel and next to Bear's chain. So
those look nothing like the wires in the ball.
Correct.
They're thicker.
Correct. But would you agree that that wire is from tires?
I have no idea.
This looks like a bicycle.
I've never
this looks
seen
like a
tire wires.
This looks like bicycle wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have seen tire wires before. That definitely looks like tire wires to me right there.
Yep, mate. And also next to the right where Bear's kennel is, how the hell did they get there? There.
Yeah.
How did they get there?
Don't know.
Yep, don't know, Doc.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, look, I reckon that's enough. I reckon we've all had enough so far. We can either finish the other part another time, or I'm quite happy to let it go, because I can do the other part in a reading with the crew. I'm quite happy. I think we've covered quite a lot of CAM episode 8. What do you reckon, guys? I reckon we've all had enough. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, besides the innuendo and and I have to say this, the innuendo and bullshit that Candace Owens mouthed off. Yeah, I think we've covered it pretty well, but I'm just as happy not covering her, Doc, if I'm honest.
Correct.
Me too.
And with the rest of the material, I'm quite happy to chuck in our reading with the crew, because it's completely relevant to what we were doing. There's no point in beating a dead horse per se. I think we have covered what was the main points of episode 8.
I do too.
I think we've done it judiciously. We have spent a long period of time, and I think we're all exhausted from it. But guys, what did you think? Are we all good?
I'm good, and to add to that, episode 8. If you look at, to me, if you look at all of them, it was probably one of, if not the worst, for me personally. So yeah, I'm satisfied with it, Doc.
Correct. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think we've given it enough. I've got a few more slides, but I'll incorporate that in reading with the crew, because
they'll fit.
Yeah, it'll fit perfectly in. Well, look, guys, again, thank you so much. So many people have showed up to the chat, and thank you so much for your great questions. It was awesome. Well, look, guys, if you have enjoyed the session, please subscribe if you're new, and like and share our podcast. And I reckon we just quickly go around. Tell us how you're coming along. Jack 61.
Oh, well, just been busy with this, Doc, and a few other things that I'm helping out with Amy in her case, the Ashley Garth case. She's dove off pretty deep into that. She's working on getting more material and so forth to present with that case. So all around been pretty busy, and of course busy with trying to answer questions and debate on X. So been pretty busy. Otherwise, doing very well. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jack 61. Duke, how about yourself? Did you enjoy the podcast?
Yeah. Thankfully, I got plenty of Tylenol here to tame the headache. But I'll tell you what, this is a good start. What's most important for me, people can make their own decisions, but at least if you want to make a decision and you actually care about making an informed decision, do so with as many facts and resources as you possibly can. So we're happy to continue to provide that. I think one of the interesting things I'm looking forward to doing in the future here at some point is walking people through one of the most difficult aspects of this case to follow, and that's chain of custody. I've done quite an extensive amount of work on more so the remains, and we've talked obviously in length about the burn pit itself, and now I want to walk you through what was found afterwards that was allegedly supposed to have been found at the burn pit, and show you how unlikely it is that it was actually found there. So I'm looking forward to putting those presentations together, but as always, I'll make myself available to anyone and everyone if they have questions or they'd like to bounce ideas off of me, or would like to know where they can find supportive documents
We're always
Yes.
happy to help and provide you with that, whether you're on the truther or guilter side. The documents that we have are for everyone, and we actually mean that. So that's all.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Correct. And remember, we're all dealing with the same documents, the same materials, right? And people have got different views, and that's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Thank you so much, Duke. Susan, how about yourself?
I think we killed Susan.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorry,
I was
Susan.
trying to find my mute button. Yeah, I'm tired. I
Yep.
think we covered it in depth.
I think we have.
Plenty, you know.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm good with that bait.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Let's
Susan.
on to the next, as
On
Jeff
to the
Jones
next.
would say.
Correct.
There you go.
Thank you, Susan. JD, what about yourself?
Yeah, I learned a lot today about the berms and the dog tracks and stuff. I'm looking forward to the next episode that you're going to do of Cam, and see what else you have to bring to the table.
Awesome. Thank you so much, JD. Neverly, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Dr. Silkman. Again, a great debate. And not only that we went into detail, but the chat was popping with all these great questions. It was
Yes.
really keep up. No complaints over here. I'm just saying that it was really interactive, and that's what counts. That's what we want to see. Also, I wanted to kind of mention something that was discussed yesterday, but I had already gone. I had previous arrangements. But I heard Duke mention Brenda, who refused to share documents in fear of some ulterior, what did she say,
Ulterior motive.
motives?
Yep.
Yeah. Just to add to that is that when we were approached by Brenda, you know, about this whole Kim making convicting the murderer a few years ago, we opened up our foul play, our home to her.
Yes.
We showed her around, gave her access to pretty much everything. And it was all done in good faith because it was presented to us that we are looking for the same thing, which is the truth, and to do it in a balanced debate, like a friendly, balanced debate. So I was just shocked when I heard the reply and the mindset, actually, of her, that she would say something like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It was like, oh, wow, kind of a knife twist on top of everything that we showed her everything we had.
Correct.
Well, the thing is, Neverly, and I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today. If she wanted to share the documents, unlock her Google Drive, because I feel certain she's got everything uploaded to the cloud. Just unlock it and let people see what she's got, because I assure you, it's far more than we have. I promise you that.
Oh, definitely. But the point is that she knows that she could do that. But she said that she does not share that with people who have ulterior motives.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole idea of having a cordial debate is having the same table of documents, and that way we can examine them, read them, and have a civil debate, and probably come up to different conclusions. But when you hold on to photographs, when you hold on to documents, and you say, "Oh, we don't know what type of conclusions that these guys are going to come up with," I think that's being a little bit disingenuous. I mean, guys, the two boys are in prison. They're in prison. We're debating whether they are true killers, right? So what's the problem about sharing documents, sharing photographs? You got them? Share them. Done. Thank you, Neverly. Thank you, Neverly. Alice, is Alice there, or did we put Alice asleep?
We may have killed her too.
Nearly, dog. I'm nearly falling asleep here. Yeah, no, brilliant chat as always. Fantastic to see all the questions in chat. I think we've done pretty well on the rebuttal of the episode so far. We've pointed out with documentation photographic evidence and things like that. And we've also put in the bits that Cam edited out that they blamed Mam for doing in the first place. And we've played those bits that should have been in there. So I think we've done pretty well so far, rebutting it. Like we say, it's up to other people to have their own opinions about the case, and that's allowed. But
100%.
we see it a completely different way. You know what I mean? We see it, we're looking at the evidence and we're after the truth. And yeah, Stephen's no saint or anything like that.
No.
That doesn't mean he should say that he should be in jail for a murder that he did not commit. And I really think and honestly believe that he did not kill Teresa Hallback. And that's just my opinion. So Cam has not changed my thoughts, not showed me anything new or different or anything that's made me go, oh my God, or anything like that. So I still believe in Brendan and I still believe in Stephen. And that's all I've got to say on the matter of Cam. And thanks to my panel and thanks to everyone in chat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So just my final closing words. I mean, it's remarkable that we have devoted so many hours just rebutting a 1 hour episode, right, guys? Right?
Yep.
And I understand, Susan, where Susan's coming from, but I feel that we are held to a higher standard that we have to say, look, guys, have you considered this? Have you considered that? This is an alternative. What do you think? Let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. We didn't just fob it off and spend 5 minutes. We went through it judiciously with proper documents, with proper information.
Well, I think it takes so much longer to explain the context that was left out to properly, convey that to what we see and what's actually in the case documents, which is really all we've got to go on.
Correct. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much. We're going to definitely.
I do have a question.
We're going to need a break after this one. Neverly.
How's everybody's amygdala doing?
Yeah. My amygdala's been hijacked. I don't know, kidnapped or something. That's going on. That's going on a T-shirt. That's going on a T-shirt in the merch room.
I know. James Crane reminded me of that, actually. He said, I think you guys have created new neural pathways in our brains.
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And Travis said, Candice really did say Australia needed to be invaded because it's a totalitarian regime because of vaccination policy.
Correct. Correct. I assure you, we're all happy in Australia. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful country. If you forget about the crocodiles, white pointers, blue jellyfish, spiders, and snakes, everything is good.
Yeah. Aussie in chat is asking, where can I watch Cam in Australia, Dr. Silkman?
Well, you have to subscribe to Livewire, but I do believe that the first 2 episodes are for free. You can watch
on
the
YouTube.
First
on YouTube, I think. Yep. I think so.
Have a subscription.
Yeah, you'll have to subscribe to the Daily Wire Plus.
Correct.
It's $14 for a month or 15, whatever. And if you're in the U.S., it depends on where you live, but I think it's like 15 a month in the U.S. So.
Correct. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much. And we'll all catch you.
And thank you, Dr. Silkman. I mean, this is not easy to keep it going, all of this. And great job. Thanks.
Not at all. So we'll see you soon for Rebuttal of Cam episode number 9. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Absolutely. And I want to say thanks to our Twitter users or X that may have picked it up, and our Facebook audience as well. We appreciate it. And with that said, I'm going to say this has been a Foul Play production.
Thank you, guys.